I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today, Nirahara Samyama, first level, second day, from all over the world. In Bhagvadgita, 6th chapter, Dhyana Yoga, 14th verse.
प्रशान्तात्मा विगतभिः ब्रह्मचारिव्रते स्थितः मनः संयममच्चित्तः युक्त आसीत मत्परः.
प्रशान्तात्मा विगतभिः ब्रह्मचारिव्रते स्थितः मनस्संयम्यमच्चित्तः युक्त आसीत मत्परः. To practice brahmacharya, first you have to create a serene mind which does not get agitated. I tell you, I can very clearly say, based on his performance in the work, whether he is a brahmachari or having some holes somewhere, I don't need to watch anybody 24 hours to tell whether he is a brahmachari or not. Just his performance is enough. Please understand. Performance is not based on productivity. No. Sometimes there are fellows, womanizers, make billions of dollars. That is productivity. That is more like he knows how to technically cheat everybody, how legally to exploit. I am not talking about that. I am talking about performance, means in every action, how he is performing, how he is receiving an instruction, remembering it and expressing it. A brahmachari, the moment you give instruction, it will be recorded inside him like a voice recorder and stay in him how to do, get expressed as it was said. Especially my brahmacharis, if they really live a brahmacharya life, they chant continuously the Guru Mantra. So naturally they will be vibrating with the Guru Mantra. Guru Vak simply enters into their being and works. If you are not serene, you will not be performing. The way the pujari touches the deity, the priest touches the deity, I can tell very clearly about the depth of their devotion. The way the centers keep my photograph, from that I can tell their depth of devotion and commitment. How you touch the deity decides whether you have devotion or not. How you perform every single act decides whether you are a brahmachari or not. The serenity is a basic requirement for brahmacharya. Brahmacharya should become your identity, not discipline. If you think brahmacharya as a discipline, you will be constantly suffering with it, struggling with it. It is your identity. The body which I am carrying will produce only the thoughts of liberation and enlightenment. It will live only a Jivan Mukta life. Body will not even produce any other chemical other than what is required for my life. From today, if you decide, I will be brahmachari, you need to understand this basic few rules. Only the thoughts which you entertain or allow creates hormones related to that emotion. I stopped allowing the thoughts of hunger. Now I am ready for medical test. Any chemicals creates hunger is not happening in my body. Last 2 days the idea of hunger has disappeared. Any emotion you entertain only creates that hormone inside your body. Decide from today, no lust. I am not going to entertain lust in any way. I am going to live the pure brahmacharya life. Within next 6 months, the very male or female hormone which is responsible for lustful thoughts in your system just disappears. Being serene within oneself. Understand? When you take the decision, from today I will be brahmachari, you have to sit in a serene way. Take half an hour or 1 hour. In a serene way discuss, not in agitation. Serene way, discuss with yourself. I should become brahmachari. Hey hands, are you ready to cooperate with me? Hey brain, are you ready to cooperate with me? Hey my eyes, are you ready to cooperate with me? Hey my nose, are you ready to cooperate with me? Understand, every sense plays a major role in your brahmacharya. Even sometimes certain smell will destabilize you from the brahmacharya vrata. It will derange you. Your idea of brahmacharya is lost. Certain food will destabilize you from brahmacharya. So ask yourself, every part, ask your hormones, ask your genitals, ask your leg, ask your hands, ask your mouth, ask your eyes, ask your ears, ask your nose. Do you want brahmacharya? Are you ready for brahmacharya? Tomorrow I am launching 1.5 hours of brahmacharya kriya. I was working on it. Now the kriya is complete. Just today morning, the last component is added. So tomorrow I'll be initiating within 6 months. For men, the male hormone level will become pre-puberty level. And within 3 months, women will stop having their periods and female hormone. Without any side effect or disease or anything. Just like my body, very healthy, but male hormone is missing. So the very body structure will become a brahmachari or brahmacharini. Only thing, it's a very strict warning. Even though I am going to share that kriya in the morning satsang, other than my initiated brahmacharis and brahmacharinis, nobody else is expected to practice it. If you are married and practice this, I am not responsible. And if you are really divorced or widower or retired, old, wanted to take up this kriya as regular practice, send an email. After I give approval and blessings, start doing. Don't do on your own, then I am not responsible for side effects and after effects. This kriya is very powerful. Very powerful means literally it will work. It's a gift from Sri Krishna. I was already working on this kriya for last 1 year, but I was not able to cap it, means seal it, complete it. Just today morning, when I was taking bath, I remembered, today what is the subject? Bhagvadgita. I thought brahmacharya. The moment I remembered, yesterday I spoke about the social importance of brahmacharya and all that things. I thought today the practical technique for brahmacharya should be handed over. Immediately I could see that kriya, the procedures which I built, that software came up and the capping has happened. The last step got added. Last step is responsible for keeping that experience permanently in your system, bolting it in your system. So now it is all ready. Tomorrow you will have the kriya for brahmacharya. Let me explain some more principles, concepts on brahmacharya. The energy which you retain inside you through brahmacharya is the energy which can create another one life. That powerful energy, if you can take that same energy into your own body and assimilate that same power into your own energy centers, don't think the fluid, the semen, moves towards the chakras and reaches your sahasrara. No. The energy which produces semen, the energy which produces the female egg, that if it starts moving higher from the Mooladhara to Swadhisthana, the fear of death is destroyed. You know you are living and going to live forever independent of this body. That is the first experience will happen if your complete Kundalini energy moves to your Swadhisthana. And next, if your complete Kundalini energy moves to Manipuraga, serenity will happen. Non-agitation. No agitation. An extreme peace. An extreme joy. An extreme experience of serenity. Unshakable. Nothing can shake you. The serenity will not be moved by anything. Serenity becomes lifestyle. What Bhagavan says here, as being serene will happen in you. When it reaches your anahata, you will become such a loving being. You will love and care for the whole world, whole universe. Heart becomes so sweet. Prashantatma vigatabihi. Brahmachari vrate stitaha. When the Kundalini, the life energy, which creates male effect or female effect in your system, when it moves to Vishuddhi, you go beyond sleep and hunger. You just go beyond. The intense energy. All these Niraharis, hundreds of Niraharis whom I initiated, every day I am receiving emails. They are all saying, Swamiji, the hunger has disappeared, sleep has disappeared. Only few hours we are sleeping. Body is feeling so pleasant. Prashantatma vigatapi. You will just live like Shiva when it reaches the Agnya Chakra, when that life energy. You will have extraordinary clarity and vision, literally enlightenment. When it crosses your throat, it gives Vak Siddhi to you. In the Agnya, extraordinary vision and clarity about life. In the Sahasrara, crown, it becomes enlightenment. So this Kriya is expected to move the life energy from Muladhara to Sahasrara for men within 6 months, for women within 3 months. For female body it is always easy. As the female hormone is more passive, which is not active, for female body it is very easy to experience brahmacharya. For male body it will take 6 months of continuous practice. For female body 3 months of continuous practice. Takes 1.5 hours. So from tomorrow, the first program, course of brahmacharya starts in Nithyananda Sampradaya. Anybody wears the kavi should start this practice, and in future also anybody only after completing this practice will receive kavi. This has to be done very sincerely. This 1.5 hours of kriya, this will transform your very body. The whole body and mind will be transformed. Thousands and thousands of stories, thousands and thousands of truths, thousands and thousands of spiritual ideas I can share with the world, with you all, about brahmacharya. But I wanted to share only the truths about brahmacharya which leads you to enlightenment. Those few ideas only I am sharing, and you guys will have the kriya, proper kriya tomorrow.
Paramahamsa Nithyananda, a rare living incarnation, is named among the world's 100 most spiritually influential personalities today. Paramahamsa Nithyananda has been placed alongside Dalai Lama, Nelson Mandela, Oprah Winfrey, Paulo Coelho and others by Mind, Body, Spirit, the world's top esoteric magazine from Watkins, London's oldest and largest bookstore. A yogi by birth, he has been expressing his power of enlightenment since birth. He has authored more than 500 books in Tamil and English. Translations of these books are available in 26 languages in Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, Hindi, Sanskrit, Gujarati, Oriya, Bengali, Marathi, French, Malay, Polish, Portuguese, Italian, German, Danish, Spanish, Russian and Chinese. He is also an exemplary speaker with over 10,000 hours of profound life solutions through his discourses. Social services such as Annadan, free medical care, free educational services with ashrams, schools, temples, hospitals established in more than 140 places around the world, offering exceptional services. A powerful spiritual healer who has healed millions of people of diseases from migraine to cancer. A Kriya Yogi who has formulated Kriyas for physical health and mental well-being, benefiting thousands. A living master who offers practical solutions for our everyday problems. He is the founder and spiritual head of Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, a spiritual powerhouse who has revived the sacred Vedic tradition by establishing Vedic temples in places like Los Angeles, San Jose, Seattle, Toronto, Ohio, Oklahoma, Phoenix, St. Louis, Malaysia, Brazil, Paris, Guadeloupe, Dallas, New York, New Jersey, Atlanta, Calgary, Vancouver, Singapore, and places in India like Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Tiruvannamalai, a spiritual guru for 10 million followers, an incarnation who transmits the highest spiritual energy through initiation, a contemporary yogi who has revived the Vedic science of yoga worldwide through thousands of yoga centers, an adept in Ashtamahasiddhis, mystical yogic powers, who has effortlessly awakened the Kundalini of thousands and graced them with spiritual powers, a dynamic young guru who is an inspiration for thousands of youngsters, India's most watched spiritual guru online, a beacon of spiritual light who has triumphed over the forces of religious terrorism and political persecution. Paramahamsa Nithyananda is an eternal Kalpataru, blessing the world with the boons of material abundance and spiritual enlightenment. He is the 293rd Pontiff of the world's most ancient Hindu organization, Madurai Adinam.
Nithyanandaya swagatam Anandanubhavaswadam Sarvaroganivarakam Vande Papa Vinashaktam Nithyanandaya swagatam Nityamuktam Nirvikalpam Dhyanaloka Pradipakam Vande Shantamayam Bandham Nithyanandaya swagatam Anandagandha Sancharam Sarvopadhi Vinirmuktam Vande Jnanalayam Natham Nithyanandaya swagatam.
Anybody wants to know about the spiritual culture of planet Earth, they are going to turn towards only India and Hinduism. Oh Hindus, be prepared and get ready before it gets stolen away from you.
Paramahamsa Nithyananda, a rare living incarnation, is named among the world's 100 most spiritually influential personalities today. Paramahamsa Nithyananda has been placed alongside Dalai Lama, Nelson Mandela, Oprah Winfrey, Paulo Coelho and others by Mind, Body, Spirit, the world's top esoteric magazine from Watkins, London's oldest and largest bookstore. A yogi by birth, he has been expressing his power of enlightenment since birth. He has authored more than 500 books in Tamil and English. Translations of these books are available in 26 languages in Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, Hindi, Sanskrit, Gujarati, Oriya, Bengali, Marathi, French, Malay, Polish, Portuguese, Italian, German, Danish, Spanish, Russian and Chinese. He is also an exemplary speaker with over 10,000 hours of profound life solutions through his discourses. Social services such as Annadan, free medical care, free educational services with ashrams, schools, temples, hospitals established in more than 140 places around the world, offering exceptional services. A powerful spiritual healer who has healed millions of people of diseases from migraine to cancer. A Kriya Yogi who has formulated Kriyas for physical health and mental well-being, benefiting thousands. A living master who offers practical solutions for our everyday problems. He is the founder and spiritual head of Nithyananda Dhyanapeetham, a spiritual powerhouse who has revived the sacred Vedic tradition by establishing Vedic temples in places like Los Angeles, San Jose, Seattle, Toronto, Ohio, Oklahoma, Phoenix, St. Louis, Malaysia, Brazil, Paris, Guadeloupe, Dallas, New York, New Jersey, Atlanta, Calgary, Vancouver, Singapore, and places in India like Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Tiruvannamalai. A spiritual guru for 10 million followers, an incarnation who transmits the highest spiritual energy through initiation, a contemporary yogi who has revived the Vedic science of yoga worldwide through thousands of yoga centers, an adept in Ashtamahasiddhis, mystical yogic powers, who has effortlessly awakened the Kundalini of thousands and graced them with spiritual powers, a dynamic young guru who is an inspiration for for thousands of youngsters. India's most watched spiritual guru online, a beacon of spiritual light who has triumphed over the forces of religious terrorism and political persecution. Paramahamsa Nithyananda is an eternal Kalpataru, blessing the world with the boons of material abundance and spiritual enlightenment. He is the 293rd pontiff of the world's most ancient Hindu organization, Madurai Adinam.
नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम् आनन्दानुभवास्वादं सर्वरोगनिवारकं वन्दे पापविनाशक्तं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम् नित्यमुक्तं निर्विकल्पं ध्यानलोकप्रदीपकं वन्दे शान्तमयं बन्धं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम् आनन्दगन्धसञ्चारं सर्वोपाधिविनिर्मुक्तं वन्दे ज्ञानालयं नाथं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम्
I welcome you all with my love and respects. I have so many questions from the Nirahara Samyama participants. Somebody is asking, I am doing the Nirahara Samyama but my stomach is growling. Swamiji says that hunger signal comes from the Vishuddhi, not from the stomach. Should I continue the Samyama? Please understand, hunger signal comes from the whole body, not even from Vishuddhi. It evolves in Vishuddhi, but it comes from whole body. Only thing I wanted all of you to know, if you are having growling in the stomach, you can continue the Samyama, no problem. Growling in the stomach is not the signal of hunger, tiredness. Only those things are the signal of hunger. You should be able to continue your routine and lifestyle without tiredness and feeling dehydrated. Then you can continue the Nirahara Samyama. Now we will enter into the morning satsang. In Bhagvadgita, 5th chapter, Sannyasa Yoga, 11th verse.
कायेन मनसा बुद्ध्या केवलैरिन्द्रियैरपि योगिनः कर्म कुर्वन्ति सङ्गं त्यक्त्वात्मशुद्धये
कायेन मनसा बुद्ध्या केवलैरिन्द्रियैरपि योगिनः कर्म कुर्वन्ति सङ्गं त्यक्त्वात्मशुद्धये. The man of intense action, having given up desires, performs through his natural temperament, through his understanding, through his presence of mind, or solely through the power of his senses for the purification of his essence and his character. Bhagavan is giving a beautiful verse on way of life. The man of intense action, having given up desires, performs through his natural temperament, through his understanding, through his presence of mind, or solely through the power of his senses for the purification of his senses or character. The sacred secrets from the sutra first become man of intense action, means constantly performing. So this constant performance creates certain level of intense prana awakened in you. I tell you, this constant performance from morning till night, the moment you wake up from the bed till you fall asleep, constantly being responsibly thinking, talking, acting, concentrating all your energies in one direction. That is what I call constant performance. Responsible performance of intense actions. Kayena manasa buddhya kevalaihendriyairapi. Constantly when you perform, by the very nature, you will not build patterns. Please understand, laziness and tamas is the basic required ambience for the patterns to get built. For the tree to grow, certain basic ambience is required. Water. It can neither be too cold nor too hot. Certain ambience is required for the tree to grow. Same way, for the patterns to grow in you, the laziness and kind of a given up mood is a prerequisite. Man of intense action does not allow the patterns to grow. That is why the Zen monasteries, please understand, as a head of the oldest Shaivite Hindu monastery, I give my respects and credibility to Zen monasteries for keeping the enlightenment science alive. Please understand, I am very responsible when I am uttering these words, because my predecessor who revived this monastery has conquered Buddhists and Jains in argument and established the greatness of Shaivite tradition. Knowing this fact, I appreciate for some of the unique contributions. I am not saying everything is right in Buddhist traditions or everything is wrong in Buddhist traditions. Same way, I also wanted to tell you, I can't say everything was right in Hindu traditions and Hindu monasteries and everything was wrong in the Hindu monasteries. Generalization is crime. In any level, generalization is crime. I wanted to give this great credit to the Buddhist monasteries for being a powerful ambience to keep the science of enlightenment alive. One of the important reasons why they kept the science of enlightenment alive, because Zen monasteries do not allow laziness to settle in them. There was never a laziness allowed in their lifestyle. Go around and see the Zen monasteries, the Buddhist monasteries. The monuments they created shows they were never lazy. Zen monasteries, even the pontiffs, heads of the monasteries, if they are not working, they will not be eating. I have read thousands of Zen master stories. The day they can't work, they will stop eating, so that in few days they will leave the body. They will not allow the ambience of laziness to settle down. They will not allow the ambience of laziness to be a lifestyle. They will not allow the ambience of laziness to happen Because the ambience of laziness creates a space for cunning, highly cunning, space where all sorts of patterns grow, all types of patterns grow. Please understand, I tell you, performance of responsible, intense actions breaks all the patterns and all the natural temperament. All patterns are broken. All patterns are destroyed. Performance of intense action constantly evolves your system to new possibility, new realities. I tell you, even this Nirahara Samyama is in a way teaching your system responsible, intense action. I tell you, this Nirahara Samyama is a very powerful method. Your whole body will learn intense action. Because when the regular food is not supplied, many of your patterns will be broken. Many of your organs will ask for energy from your system. The system has to use the stored energy. Please understand, any stored energy in the form of fat or any other way in your system becomes poison when it is not used after a certain period. If a fat gets stored in your system for the sake of emergency and future, please understand, the fat storing capability in your system is for emergency reasons, for emergency situations. Whenever the fat is stored in your system, it is for emergency. But unfortunately, when something is stored in your system for quite a long time without being used, it becomes poison. So during the Nirahara Samyama, the first thing is the stored fat melts. Many of the unnecessary things you stored in your body and which is turning into poison and toxins gets dissolved, leaves your system. Second, your system's innate capability, innate intelligence of creating prana, energy directly from the source, from the ether, from the space is awakened. I tell you, Nirahara Samyama will take you beyond the ordinary bound body consciousness. Usually you will always carry certain tensed feeling in your body, in navel and in Swadhisthana, just below the navel. Nirahara Samyama will ease the tension, will make you feel like your body is a light balloon. Even the dinner, even one dinner, if I eat little more than my body can digest or my body needs. Sometimes this devotee's house, they invite me for dinner. When I go there, feeding me is a great prestige for them. For their prestige, they want to kill me. And it will be almost like a love fight. See, I accept all their love, but I cannot equate the quantity of their love with the quantity of food. But unfortunately, the human mind decides to equate the quantity of food and the love. And they try to put too many things into my leaf and say, oh Swamiji, you should not waste it. If you waste the food outside, only food is wasted. If you waste the food inside, not only food system is also wasted. But who wants to listen all these things? When a man is in love or in hatred, he doesn't want to listen anything. 2 days before, the TV channel, which is in peak of hatred with me, about me, shows 3-4 tiger skins caught somewhere, some photograph, and saying these all recovered from Madurai Adinam. What can I do? And the police comes here, and after finishing search, it says nothing has been found. Police says something, and TV channel says something. Is the TV channel authority for doing search or giving this kind of false reports? When you are in hatred or in love, you don't see the facts. You are neither able to see the truth nor the fact. And not only that, there are very funny things. Yesterday, few days before that case was filed, FIR, that was reported in all media left and right. One more case slapped on Nithyananda. Now the Nithyananda's trouble adds to Wildlife Act also. Nithyananda is more and more trouble. What all they are saying? Wide coverage. But do you know the funny thing? When yesterday, police went out and said, nothing was found, no tiger skin, no tusk, nothing was found. We only saw the clothes printed in tiger skin color. See, this clothes which I am sitting, it is just a cloth printed in tiger skin color. The police went out and reported to the media that only the cloth's tiger skin color printed is found, nothing else was found. You need to know how the media reported. How they reported, you know. The duplicate tiger skins are confiscated. First of all, there is no such thing as duplicate tiger skin, and it was not confiscated also. What a funny thing. This media, they are not saying no tiger skins were found, nothing was found. They are not reporting that. I'll give you a small photograph about the media. It is media. There's a cartoon. See, it's really, the basic ethics are lost. How they report. See this scene. Please understand. One fellow is running, being chased. How media misrepresents. See, the fellow is running away, who is being chased, is shown as the murderer. Accused is the victim and victim is the accused. See the scene. Here, the fellow who is accused, who is holding the knife and trying to kill, is shown as the victim, and who is victim, who is running, is shown as the accused. This is media. I think if you understand this cartoon, you can really understand. Seen is something else, shown is something else. This is exactly happening around me. Seen is something else, shown is something else. Now, it has become a pattern, unconscious pattern in media. Even this Nirahara Samyama, few media try to report, he is preparing all his devotees for fasting. Soon he is going to have a large protest all over the world. Fasting protest in his support, so he is preparing. Anyhow, even in the Nirahara Samyama, when you are not supplying the regular food to your body, all your organs, including the non-mechanical parts of your brain, awakens itself to the truth. And purification of your essence starts happening. Krishna beautifully describes through his understanding, through his presence of mind, solely through the knowledge, he shares this great sacred secret. I'll give the essence, the sacred secret in one line. Constantly perform responsible, intense actions. Constantly perform responsible, intense actions. This will break all patterns from you. It will constantly awaken the intelligence in you. It will constantly lead you to the fulfillment. It will purify the essence of your character.
Paramahamsa Nithyananda, a rare living incarnation, is named among the world's 100 most spiritually influential personalities today. Paramahamsa Nithyananda has been placed alongside Dalai Lama, Nelson Mandela, Oprah Winfrey, Paulo Coelho and others by Mind, Body, Spirit, the world's top esoteric magazine from Watkins, London's oldest and largest bookstore. A yogi by birth, he has been expressing his power of enlightenment since birth. He has authored more than 500 books in Tamil and English. Translations of these books are available in 26 languages in Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, Hindi, Sanskrit, Gujarati, Oriya, Bengali, Marathi, French, Malay, Polish, Portuguese, Italian, German, Danish, Spanish, Russian and Chinese. He is also an exemplary speaker with over 10,000 hours of profound life solutions through his discourses. Social services such as Annadan, free medical care, free educational services with ashrams, schools, temples, hospitals established in more than 140 places around the world, offering exceptional services. A powerful spiritual healer who has healed millions of people of diseases from migraine to cancer. A Kriya Yogi who has formulated Kriyas for physical health and mental well-being, benefiting thousands. A living master who offers practical solutions for our everyday problems. He is the founder and spiritual head of Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, a spiritual powerhouse who has revived the sacred Vedic tradition by establishing Vedic temples in places like Los Angeles, San Jose, Seattle, Toronto, Ohio, Oklahoma, Phoenix, St. Louis, Malaysia, Brazil, Paris, Guadeloupe, Dallas, New York, New Jersey, Atlanta, Calgary, Vancouver, Singapore, and places in India like Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Tiruvannamalai. A spiritual guru for 10 million followers, an incarnation who transmits the highest spiritual energy through initiation, a contemporary yogi who has revived the Vedic science of yoga worldwide through thousands of yoga centers, an adept in Ashtamahasiddhis, mystical yogic powers, who has effortlessly awakened the Kundalini of thousands and graced them with spiritual powers, a dynamic young guru who is an inspiration for thousands of youngsters, India's most watched spiritual guru online, a beacon of spiritual light who has triumphed over the forces of religious terrorism and political persecution. Paramahamsa Nithyananda is an eternal Kalpataru, blessing the world with the boons of material abundance and spiritual enlightenment.
स्वागतम् आनन्दानुभवास्वादं सर्वरोगनिवारकं वन्दे पापविनाशक्तं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतं नित्यमुक्तं निर्विकल्पं ध्यानलोकप्रदीपकं वन्दे शान्तमयं बन्धं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम् आनन्दगन्धसञ्चारं सर्वोपाधिविनिर्मुक्तं वन्दे ज्ञानालयं नाथं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम्.
Let you all achieve, experience, live, express, radiate, share and explode in eternal bliss. Nithyananda.
Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda Nagar off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bangalore 562109. Contact 09742203311. www.nithyananda.org. www.youtube.com/lifeblissfoundation.
जीवन्मुक्तिप्रदं देवं क्षमापूर्णं
Paramahamsa Nithyananda is a rare living incarnation, a yogi by birth. He has been expressing his power of enlightenment since birth. He has authored more than 500 books in Tamil and English, books in Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, Hindi, Sanskrit, Gujarati, Oriya, Bengali, Marathi, French, Malay, Polish, Portuguese, Italian, German, Danish, Spanish, Russian and Chinese, with translations in 26 languages are available. He is also an exemplary speaker with over 8,000 hours of profound life solutions through his discourses. Social services such as Annadan, free medical care, free educational services, ashrams, schools, temples, hospitals established in more than 140 places around the world offer exceptional services. A powerful spiritual healer who has healed millions of people of diseases from migraine to cancer. A Kriya Yogi who has formulated Kriyas for physical health and mental well-being, benefiting thousands. A living master who offers practical solutions for our everyday problems. Having meditation centers in 151 countries including Bidadi, Tiruvannamalai, Rajapalyam, Salem, Hyderabad, Varanasi, Los Angeles, Ohio, Seattle, San Jose and Phoenix. He is the founder and spiritual head of Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, a spiritual guru for 10 million followers, an incarnation who transmits the highest spiritual energy through initiation, a contemporary yogi who has revived the Vedic science of yoga worldwide through thousands of yoga centers. Adept in Ashtamahasiddhis, mystical yogic powers, he has effortlessly awakened the Kundalini of thousands, gracing them with spiritual powers. A spiritual powerhouse who has revived the sacred Vedic tradition by establishing Vedic temples worldwide in places like Los Angeles, San Jose, Seattle, Toronto, Ohio, Oklahoma, Phoenix, St. Louis, Malaysia, Brazil, Paris, Guadeloupe, Dallas, New York, New Jersey, Atlanta, Calgary, Vancouver, Singapore, and places like Bangalore, Hyderabad, and Tiruvannamalai in India. A dynamic young guru who is an inspiration to thousands of youngsters. India's most watched spiritual guru online. A beacon of spiritual light who has triumphed over the forces of religious terrorism and political persecution. Paramahamsa Nithyananda is an eternal Kalpataru, blessing the world with the boons of material abundance and spiritual enlightenment.
स्वागतम् आनन्दानुभवास्वादं सर्वरोगनिवारकं वन्दे पापविनाशक्तं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतं नित्यमुक्तं निर्विकल्पं ध्यानलोकप्रदीपकं वन्दे शान्तमयं बन्धं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम् आनन्दगन्धसञ्चारं सर्वोपाधिविनिर्मुक्तं वन्दे ज्ञानालयं नाथं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम्
एवं ज्ञात्वा कृतं कर्म पूर्वैः अभिमुमुक्षुभिः कुरु कर्म इव तस्मात् त्वं पूर्वैः पूर्वतरं कृतं. Thus, being aware of the services that were performed by the ancestors who were desirous of getting liberated from the worldly existence, and just like the services that were done by the forefathers earlier, you also do the actions, services. Bhagavan is saying, your ancestors worked with the same understandings, with the truths of inner awakening. They all got liberated, became enlightened. So it is time-tested method. Now, you also follow the same so you can achieve enlightenment. It's basically Bhagavan is giving encouragement to Arjuna by saying the science of inner awakening is time-tested and foolproof. Science of living enlightenment is time-tested and foolproof. This science is very powerful and foolproof. It is practiced by thousands of people earlier. Many of them who have practiced this science became enlightened, liberated. Now you also practice this. You will become enlightened. You will become liberated. He is explaining the authenticity of the science, encouraging Arjuna to practice this science. Just today morning, I raised the flag for Devi Brahmotsavam, Nithyanandeshwari's Brahmotsavam. Of course, Biddi, Nityotsava, always there is some festival, some program going on. When I was raising the flag, I saw only few people were there, devotees and volunteers, few volunteers were there. But I thought, these rituals done continuously to keep the tradition alive for the ages, whether people are there or not. Only these rituals have kept the science of inner awakening alive. Especially the today's festival is the main Brahmotsavam of Kanchipuram Kamakshi, one of the oldest Brahmotsavams observed in Hindu tradition. In Shaivite tradition, Tiruvannamalai Deepam Brahmotsavam, and in the Sakta Sampradayas, the Devi worshipping traditions, Ganga Arati in Haridwar and Kamakshi Brahmotsavam in South. These two are the oldest mother worship rituals in India. Keeping the truths alive, keeping the science alive is one of the greatest service. Bhagavan is beautifully describing here. This science was practiced by all the ancestors for ages, and whoever practiced got liberated. Now, you also do this, you will be liberated. Kim karma kimakarmedi kavayop yatra mohitaha tatte karma pravakshyami yajñātvā mokshase asubhat. What is the translation? Even wise men are deluded with respect to what or which is action and what is inaction. Therefore, I shall state it clearly, so that being aware of it, you can release yourself from good and evil. Bhagavan is very clear. He says, even the so-called wise men are deluded with respect to what are, which is action and what is inaction. Therefore, I shall state it clearly, so that being aware of it, you can release yourself from good and evil. Even wise men are deluded with respect to what are, which is action and what is inaction. Therefore, I shall state it clearly, so that being aware of it, you can release yourself from good and evil. Even the so-called wise men get confused. What is right, what is wrong? Understand? Rich food can make you sick if you don't do workout, or if you don't work. If you are inactive, even the rich food, continuously eat rich food and lie down in the bed, you will become couch potato. And all diseases will follow. So without proper understanding, even rich food makes you sick. Bhagavan is very clear. Same way, without practicing, if you are just listening the Shastras, only getting the grace of the Master, never made all these things into reality, then even grace can make you fall sick. I have seen many people falling sick due to too much of grace. Let me explain to you what is action. Bhagavan is very clearly saying, hey, I will tell you now. I shall state it clearly. What is action? What is inaction? Kim karma kimakarmedi kavayaha api atra mohitaha tatte Karma pravakshyami yajñātva mokshase asubhat. I shall state it clearly so that being aware of it, you can release yourself from good and evil. Again, Bhagavan is giving an introduction to what he is going to speak now. The last verse is, he was speaking about what he has spoken. Whatever he said, he says, the science is time-tested, foolproof practice. Now, he is coming back to this science is, the science which I am going to teach you now will make you understand very clearly what is action and inaction. Release yourself from good and evil. Even the so-called wise men sometimes tumble down and do not know what is right and what is wrong. Bhagavan is very clearly saying, I'll make you understand, I'll state it clearly, so that being aware of it, you can release yourself from good and evil. Bhagavan is teaching the science of releasing yourself from good and evil. Let's enter into today's satsang. In Bhagavad-gita, 4th chapter, Jnana-karma sannyasa yoga, 38th verse.
न हि ज्ञानेन सदृशं पवित्रम् इह विद्यते तत्स्वयं योगसंसिद्धः कालेनात्मनि विन्दति
Nahi jnānena sadrusham pavitramīha vidyate tatsvayam yogasam siddhaha kālena ātmani vindati. Translation: surely in this world there is nothing like experience that is more cleansing. One who is spontaneously ready for intense action in due course of time finds his self. I can say these sutras, these verses are my favorites. So beautifully Bhagavan is describing nothing like experience that is more cleansing. It is experience which is cleansing. It is experience which is awakening. It is experience which is everything. Bhagavan is using a beautiful word, one who is spontaneously ready for intense action. Please understand, in the beginning of actions, for example, when you begin the action of morning yoga, you would have never done it in your young age, but suddenly you want to start at the age of 20. Of course, for Dhyanapadam 20 is not young age. Young age means 10, 15. At the age of 20 you want to start, but after you start, within 2 days you set a mind frame, this is not for me. I can do for 10 minutes, not more than that. This is what is pattern. Spontaneously ready for intense action means somehow, by fortunately, you never get that idea. First 2 years, you simply do it for 2 hours a day. Then that becomes a pattern. Please understand, both are just your mental decision, whether to do it or not to do it. Because I am working with thousands of youngsters, I can see very clearly. I picked up a group and started working with them. They were so sincere because I am sitting there, I am also doing, without missing a single day. Now that group has again gone back to dogs. Because I am not working out with them, my time has changed. I am doing it on my own. Now that fellows have again gone back to the pattern of their old setup. That spontaneous readiness for intense action has disappeared. The spontaneous readiness for intense action is one of the greatest gift you can have in your life. I tell you, these are all inner wealth. The wealth of the inner world. Spontaneous readiness for action. What a beautiful word. Bhagavan is using the word Tatsvayam Yoga Samsiddhaha. Please do this as a homework today. You have to sit and find out. In some fields, you will be having spontaneous readiness for action. For example, driving. Suddenly you may find, even if you drive 8 hours, you are not tired. You are fresh, alive, enjoying. Sometimes suddenly you may find that same spontaneous readiness for action in walking. That is why sadhus are encouraged to Parivrajaka Yatra, walking. I am planning to go for a walk from Madurai to all our 4 temples and come back. It's a 1,000-kilometer yatra. I was earlier planning for a yatra. Now I feel it's time. I really want to do. It's long time I walked. Walking is a very beautiful way of discovering your readiness, spontaneous readiness for action. See, your mind is always afraid of action. If I tell you, do yoga heavily morning and evening, your mind will not be spontaneously ready. But if I tell you, walk as much as you can, try this, especially as a group, with a lot of entertainment, your mind discovers the readiness for spontaneous action. Spontaneous readiness for intense action is discovered by your mind by walking. If you walk for 10 days, you will suddenly discover spontaneously your readiness for intense action. Discovering the readiness for intense action is one of the greatest inner wealth you need to have for enlightenment. In Vedanta tradition, they have something called sadhana sadhushtaya, means the basic 4 things you require for enlightenment. I want to tell you, if I have to describe sadhana sadhushtaya, the basic things you require for enlightenment, I will describe this. The spontaneous readiness for intense action. Not just struggling and putting up, no, spontaneous readiness for intense action. You discover that you discover that spontaneous readiness for intense action through this kind of practices like Padayatra, Sahasranama Archanas, Laksharchanas, all Pujacharyas, the people who function with feeling connection among our orders, all Pujacharyas should do Laksharchana to train themselves for the spontaneous intense action, spontaneous readiness for intense action. All our yogis, yogacharyas should train themselves for the spontaneous readiness for intense action by this kind of long padayatras. All our jnana yogis, the people who are working through unclutching and ajapa japa, they all should prepare themselves to experience the spontaneous readiness for intense action by purascharana, means sitting whole night and doing unclutching and ajapa japa. Try this for a month. Sit, and I did it. I did this at the age of 17 when I was in the Ramakrishna Mat. My roommate is a witness. Still he comes. Today he is not here. Still he comes to the, he is in Madurai only. I'll sit in the, on the cart with my japamala for hours, literally whole night. I'll be rolling that japamala. I'll have two japamalas, one in the one hand and the other in the other hand. If I finish one japamala completely, it's 108 times. Then the other mala, I'll move one bead. So by the time I finish moving this whole mala, I would have finished 108 into 108, means 10,000. Then I'll keep it and wash the hand and start again. That's the count. Then later on, when I moved with the Tibetan Buddhists only, I realized prayer wheel is 1,000 times more powerful than Japamala. That is why I recommend all our devotees to use prayer wheel. I had a prayer wheel in the young age, means when Kuppamal was training me, when Raghupati Yogi was training me, Raghupati Yogi is from Burma and Tibet. He was born and brought up in Burma and went to Tibet and stayed and came. Because of that, he taught me using only prayer wheel. But in the Ramakrishna mission, they used only Japamala. So after coming to the Ramakrishna mission, I started using Japamala. But only later on, I realized prayer wheel is 1,000 times better. So I recommend all our devotees sincerely to use prayer wheel than Japamala. In Japamala, sometimes your mind gets diverted towards counting. God is not looking at your bank account. You count your beads 1 lakh time and put it in the bank account, he appears and gives you. No. Japa is done to make it as a pattern of consciousness in you, not for counting and showing the bank balance and passbook to you, passbook to God. So I recommend all our devotees to use prayer wheel. Try to sit whole night as much as you can. Sit in the bed itself. Use this prayer wheel for ajapa ajapa and sitting in a unclutched space, ananda gandha, with the smell of unclutching, flavor of unclutching, sitting with a prayer wheel. Just sit. I tell you, this is the way you will realize your spontaneous readiness for intense action. in the field of unclenching and ajapa. Many of our devotees do not have self-confidence that they can meditate for long hours, they can perform unclenching for long hours, they can sit in unclenched space for long hours. They don't trust. It's very unfortunate. People don't trust their ability to sit unclenched. But this verse gives a clear understanding. Spontaneous readiness for intense action. I tell you, this is one of the basic requirement. Basic requirement. Actually, in every field, you should discover your spontaneous readiness for intense action. Even in business, you should discover your spontaneous readiness to sit in the office whole day. I tell you, if you discover your spontaneous readiness for intense action, you will not feel stressed. I still remember once, in 2005 or 6, I went to Microsoft. A group of Microsoft staff were sitting, I was talking. I could see the whole group, whoever was inside the hall, had capacity of the spontaneous readiness for intense action. I was shocked, oh God. Of course, in the outer world, but all of them were discovered that capacity in them. Then I thought, Bill Gates is worthy of being a richest person because he is able to make people discover their spontaneous readiness for intense action. Of course, Bill Gates uses the money, the fear and greed. I cannot use money or fear and greed. The day I discover a mass process for making human beings realize their spontaneous readiness for intense action, that will be a breakthrough for the human consciousness. Because when human beings realize their spontaneous readiness for intense action, their very standard goes up. The very standard in which they are thinking, the very standard in which they are working, the very standard in which they are functioning becomes different. It is such an unfortunate thing. Human beings start having wrong patterns and do not get trained in the young age when they need to have right patterns. Please understand, this spontaneous readiness for intense action, you should have discovered it in the young age. This will be the backbone theme of our Gurukul. This spontaneous readiness for intense action should be the backbone of our Gurukul. Our kids should be made to discover their spontaneous readiness for intense action through yoga, long hours of ajapa, long hours of reading and studying, trying to internalize and grasp the highest and subtle concepts like a quantum physics, Big Bang theory, parallel universe. I wanted all these theories, parallel universe, Big Bang theory, quantum physics, the most subtle part of the Vedanta, Traya Vedas, means Avastatraya, Dehatraya, Kalatraya. I want all these to be syllabus in our 7th standard of Gurukul. Because 7th standard means around 12 years. That is the time the body starts experiencing the life which can create life. The physical maturity starts. See, when the body is experiencing its capacity to create another one body, that is the time the body has to discover its spontaneous readiness for intense action. Our 7th class Gurukul kids should have all this as a syllabus. Big Bang theory, quantum physics, parallel universe, Traya Vedas, means Avastatraya, Kalatraya, Dehatraya. This Traya Vedas, all these most subtle concepts should be taught to our Gurukul kids, and intense yoga should be done, because all these will make them realize their spontaneous readiness for intense action. Please understand, all of you have it. It's not that you don't have it. But your first belief, no, I don't have, I can't, either put by somebody or created by your own. That is what is the worst crime. I can see the only difference between me and all my classmates, colleagues, who are working for 2,000 rupees still now, searching for a job. I know many of my classmates in the school searching for a 5,000 rupee job, 2,000 rupee job, 10,000 rupee job. When I go to Thiruvannamalai, they will all queue up. I used to wonder, what is the difference between these guys and me? It's not luck, understand. You can say maybe Madurai Adinam is the luck came to me. But Dhyanapidam is not luck, blood and sweat. I used to think, how? What is the difference between him and me? The only difference is I discovered my spontaneous readiness for intense action by the grace of Raghupati Yogi and Kuppammal. These two have inspired me and made me discover my spontaneous readiness for intense action. I bow down to Raghupati Yogi for making me do Surya Namaskar whole day. From sunrise to sunset, he will make me do Surya Namaskar. Of course, at that time I was not very grateful for him. Now I can understand. He made me discover my spontaneous readiness for intense action. I just know now. We are basically ready for intense action. Only it is our mind which puts the bondage, restriction. I wanted all our Gurukul kids to realize this spontaneous readiness for intense action. Once you realize this one truth, the readiness for spontaneous action, spontaneous readiness for intense action. You are liberated from all the curses of life. Whether it is a curse of the poverty, or curse of the internal laziness, or curse of the cunningness, curse of the perversion, anything. You are free from all the curses of life. The moment you realize the spontaneous readiness for intense action. All spiritual practices are nothing but discovering your spontaneous readiness for intense action. Why spiritual practice? Enlightenment itself is nothing but spontaneous readiness for intense action in any field. Spontaneous readiness for intense action in the body level is yoga. Spontaneous readiness for intense action in the emotion level is bhakti. Spontaneous readiness for the intense action in the mental level is unclutching. Spontaneous readiness for the intense action in the conscious level is enlightenment. Spontaneous readiness for intense action in the psychic level is siddhis. Spontaneous readiness for intense action means without even struggling. In the initial you may have to struggle to discover your original spontaneous readiness, but in few days you will discover it. Discovering the spontaneous readiness for the intense action is enlightenment itself. The moment you discover your spontaneous readiness for intense action, you realize the self, you realize the soul, you realize the ultimate. Nahinyanena sadrusham pavitram iha vidyate tatsvayam yoga samsiddhaha kalena atmani vindati. Surely in this world there is nothing like experience that is more cleansing. One who is spontaneously ready for intense action, in due course of time finds his self. Today sit and do this as a homework in your book of art. In how many fields you already discovered the spontaneous readiness for action? Please understand, every living human being would have discovered his spontaneous readiness for intense action at least in 5 to 10 fields. And same way, every unenlightened being would not have discovered his spontaneous readiness for intense action at least in 5 to 10 fields. It means you would have discovered your spontaneous readiness at least in 5 fields. You may be struggling at least in 5 other fields. List all this and strongly decide. You will discover, even in the fields where you are struggling, your spontaneous readiness for intense action.
Paramahamsa Nithyananda, a rare living incarnation, is named among the world's 100 most spiritually influential personalities today. Paramahamsa Nithyananda has been placed alongside Dalai Lama, Nelson Mandela, Oprah Winfrey, Paulo Coelho and others by Mind, Body, Spirit, the world's top esoteric magazine from Watkins, London's oldest and largest bookstore. A yogi by birth, he has been expressing his power of enlightenment since birth. He has authored more than 500 books in Tamil and English. Translations of these books are available in 26 languages in Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, Hindi, Sanskrit, Gujarati, Oriya, Bengali, Marathi, French, Malay, Polish, Portuguese, Italian, German, Danish, Spanish, Russian, and Chinese. He is also an exemplary speaker with over 10,000 hours of profound life solutions through his discourses. Social services such as Annadan, free medical care, free educational services with ashrams, schools, temples, hospitals established in more than 140 places around the world, offering exceptional services. A powerful spiritual healer who has healed millions of people of diseases from migraine to cancer. A Kriya Yogi who has formulated Kriyas for physical health and mental well-being, benefiting thousands. A living master who offers practical solutions for our everyday problems. He is the founder and spiritual head of Nithyananda Dhanapeetham, a spiritual powerhouse who has revived the sacred Vedic tradition by establishing Vedic temples in places like Los Angeles, San Jose, Seattle, Toronto, Ohio, Oklahoma, Phoenix, St. Louis, Malaysia, Brazil, Paris, Guadeloupe, Dallas, New York, New Jersey, Atlanta, Calgary, Vancouver, Singapore, and places in India like Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Tiruvannamalai. A spiritual guru for 10 million followers, an incarnation who transmits the highest spiritual energy through initiation, a contemporary yogi who has revived the Vedic science of yoga worldwide through thousands of yoga centers, an adept in Ashtamahasiddhis, mystical yogic powers, who has effortlessly awakened the Kundalini of thousands and graced them with spiritual powers, a dynamic young guru who is an inspiration for thousands of youngsters. India's most watched spiritual guru online, a beacon of spiritual light who has triumphed over the forces of religious terrorism and political persecution. Paramahamsa Nithyananda is an eternal Kalpataru, blessing the world with the boons of material abundance and spiritual enlightenment. He is the 293rd pontiff of the world's most ancient Hindu organization, Madurai Adinam.
Nithyanandaya swagatam Anandanubhavaswadam Sarvaroganivarakam Vande Papa Vinashaktam Nithyanandaya swagatam Nityamuktam Nirvikalpam Dhyanaloka Pradipakam Vande Shantamayam Bandham Nithyanandaya swagatam Anandagandha Sancharam Sarvopadhi Vinirmuktam Vande Jnanalayam Natham Nithyanandaya swagatam.
Video conferencing having Nayana Diksha in 212 cities, 23 countries around the world. Let's enter into today's satsang. In Bhagvadgita, 6th chapter, Dhyana Yoga, 5th verse.
उद्धरेतात्मनात्मानं न आत्मानम् अवसादयेत् आत्मैव ह्यात्मनो बन्धुर् आत्मैव रिपुरात्मनः
उत्तरेदात्मनात्मानम् आत्मानम् अवसादयेत् आत्मैव ह्यात्मनो बन्धुर् Atmaiva Riburatmanaha. Before even giving the translation, I wanted to say a few words about this verse, this sloka. This is one of my most favorite verse. If I have to pick up just 10 verses from the 700 verses of Bhagavad Gita as the essence of Bhagavad Gita, I'll pick up this one verse in that 10. If I am asked to pick up, reduce the 10 to 5, just in 5, give the essence of Bhagavad Gita, even then I'll keep this verse. If I am asked to pick up only 2, even then I'll keep this verse. If I am asked to pick up only one verse as the essence of whole Bhagavad Gita, I'll say this is the verse. Whoever writes this verse 1008 times and sends it to me, I'll give one Bhagavad Gita copy with my autograph. Whoever, but of course, you need to collect it from Bidadi or Tiruvannamalai, wherever. Bring your handwritten copy of this verse 1008 times and collect one Bhagavad Gita of my autographed copy. And all the disciples understand, even if it takes 1 week or 10 days, don't miss. Sit and write this verse 1008 times in your book of art. I tell you, this one verse can lead you to enlightenment. It can save you from all the sufferings, from all the troubles. Uttared atmanatmanam atmanam avasadayet. Atmaiva hyatmano bandhur atmaiva riburatmanaha. I tell you, this is the one verse I have repeated maximum number of times in Bhagavad Gita. Next to this only I would have repeated Yogaha Karmasu Kauchalam. But this is one of the best line. Uttared atmanatmanam natmanam avasadayet atmaiva hyatmano bandhur atmaiva riburatmanaha. God. Just for this one verse, Krishna is worthy of being worshipped as Bhagavan. Just for this one verse. Everything else Krishna gave is a bonus. In this one verse, he has proved he is God. No, never in this precise way such a powerful tool to enlightenment can be given. Listen. Listen to the translation. Raise yourself by yourself. Do not let down yourself by yourself. It is the self that gives respect to the self, and it is the self that deceives the self. Uttared atmanatmanam natmanam avasadayet. Atmaiva hyatmano bandhur atmaiva riburatmanaha. Understand? In all religions, when a master leaves the body, all disciples stand around and ask, please tell us the last secret you are having. Same way, in all religions, when normal human beings die, all the family and friends stands around and ask, if you have lost secrets, reveal. Now in Catholic tradition, there is a tradition. The biggest lie with which you lived, you have to confess to the priest and ask for the forgiveness. Only then you can peacefully die. In many religions, it is there. The last moment of death is the moment you face truth. That is why in Sanskrit we have same word for truth and death, both yamaha. Yama. Yama means death and truth. That's the moment you face the truth of life. Before his death, the biggest lies with which they lived, they reveal. Normal human beings, they reveal the biggest lies with which they lived. Enlightened beings, they reveal biggest truth with which they lived. Understand? Enlightened beings sometimes do not reveal the truth when they are alive, because you may not be able to digest. The greatest truth sometimes may not be palatable for you. I tell you, even in Akashic reading, Kalabhairava is filtering. Because the instrument which he is using, this body, needs to be protected. Otherwise he will tell everything you have done, what you have done. And you get into the anger mode, and very difficult to handle the anger of these human beings. And when they get into especially suicidal mood, they can easily destroy. Understand? When one being gets into the mode of life, he can bring millions to life, an incarnation. When one fellow gets into the suicidal mode, he can kill thousands along with his death. I am very happy about one thing. The Western countries have realized the suicide bombing groups are the most dangerous for the planet Earth, and they are coming out. That kind of groups from the planet Earth. When a person is not ready to listen to the highest truths, even if he is given, he may only get into the mode of anger. Normal human beings, when they die, they reveal the biggest lie with which they lived. Enlightened beings, when they leave the body, they reveal the biggest truth with which they lived, which they could not reveal, because the world is not ready to receive. Normal human beings, if they open up what they are hiding in the heart, they will lose their identity. If enlightened beings open up what they are hiding in their heart, world will lose its identity. Understand? A normal human being, whatever he is hiding in the heart, if he reveals, he will lose his identity. Enlightened being, what he is hiding in his heart, if he reveals, world will lose its identity. World is not ready to lose its identity. It will jump on him with anger. That is why all great masters, only when they leave the body, they tell the truth and leave the body. Leave the world. Now you do what you want. This is the truth. One of the greatest enlightened master happened on planet Earth, Buddha. when he was about to leave the body, the last, most powerful secret with which he was living, world was not ready to receive, he revealed. That secret is this verse. In Pali, he says, Appadipo Bhava, Atmadipo Bhava, light unto yourself. Be a light unto yourself. Uttared atmanatmanam natmanam avasadayet atmaiva hyatmano bandhur atmaiva ripuratmanaha. Every letter should be engraved in gold. Every letter should be engraved in the heart. Uttaret atmanatmanam natmanam avasadayet atmaiva hyatmano bandhur atmaiva ripuratmanaha. When I leave the body, if you ask me, the most powerful, important secret with which I lived, I tell you, I will not be able to use a better word than be a light unto yourself. I will not be able to use a better word. This is the secret with which even I am living. This is the secret with which all masters are living. Raise yourself by yourself. Do not defeat yourself by yourself. I can see so many thousands of my so-called ex-disciples. Just they are not able to raise themselves by themselves. Not able to does not mean they don't have ability or capability, just they do not want. They think this is enough. They even come to the conclusion, normal, what is wrong with normal life? That is okay. God. The last life solution I used on me before falling into the abyss of bliss and enlightenment is this word. I was into the worst depression, even tried suicide, but did not torture anybody else or kill anybody else. Just felt hopeless. Felt all doors are shut. When my even suicide attempt failed, and even in that I was a failure. Then it became almost like a heart is being squeezed. Literally I could feel that squeezing. Last respect on everything. Spirituality, enlightenment, masters, Ramakrishna, Ramana Maharshi. They were like my part of my life, blood, my very self. Lost everything. And it is like a complete darkness. Somehow, this one verse was strongly inside me. It just raised itself. Like after being beaten, if a man tries to stand up and walk, how it will feel, exactly like that. This one verse, even after being beaten by my distrust, doubt, everything, it just stood as one ray of hope in my life. Last ray of hope. It is you who need to raise yourself. If anybody else raises you, they can always put you down. It is you who need to take that last jump into the enlightenment. This was the last meal handed over to me by my master before I decided to start cooking on myself. This was the last strength with which the cosmos pushed me into my higher self. I can tell you, the moment I realized, yes, I have to raise myself. Immediately that one ray of hope becomes decision to become enlightened. When the decision opened up, there was no pattern stopping that decision in my inner space. When the decision expanded, and no pattern is there stopping the decision. Doubt or shame or guilt or attachment or fear or greed. Suddenly I could see my whole inner space is now filled with that one decision. When the decision exploded, I saw I am sitting as a Buddha. Suddenly, that explosion landed in some other plane. I thought, oh God, that's it. That's all. I tell you, whenever you have a low mood, whenever you deviate, it is you who need to raise yourself by yourself. Uttared atmanatmanam natmanam avasadayet. All of you can do when you wake up early morning, when you rise from the bed, tell yourself, Uttared atmanatmanam natmanam avasadayet. I have to raise myself by myself. Atmaiva hyatmano bandhur. Atma, yourself, is the greatest friend of yourself. And yourself is the greatest enemy of yourself. If you raise yourself, yourself is the greatest friend of yourself. If you deceive yourself, yourself is the worst enemy of yourself. You can raise yourself by yourself. So you will be your greatest friend. I have to remember Swami Ranganathananda at this moment, and I wanted this to be on record. Even though I read Bhagvadgita thousands of times in the young age itself, I read Chidbhavananda Swami's translation and commentary. That was one of my favorite book. In Tamil and English he wrote commentary. In Tamil, I studied his commentary at a very young age. And even when I go for examinations, I will not carry the syllabus book. I will carry only this book. If tomorrow morning examination, tonight I will be sitting on the bed and reading this book. And all my classmates will ask, hey, what happened? You are not preparing for examination? I said, no, I don't. I am preparing for the examination of life. I tell you, I don't know how to prove, but I am the one student I'll provide, ma. We'll provide. I can very safely claim this one thing. The only child, student who never had any fear of examination in modern India is me. Because the whole modern India suffers with that one syndrome, exam syndrome. Let God land on India and take away this examination. So much of suffering and fear will be reduced, I tell you. My own ashramites, if he never went to school uneducated, my one word immediately lives. But if he has gone to schools, educated, had examination, suffered the examination fear, unless I raise the level of fear by my words more than the examination fear, it does not move. He has become buffalo. So any instruction I give, I have to put it in such a way that it creates more fear in him than the examination fear. Only then he is even ready to listen. Otherwise he does not even hear. Because for certain level of fear, they become immune. They become buffaloes. Bringing them out of that fear and making them again innocent beings where you talk, they listen, and things happen in their inner space is the most difficult task for me. So it is like a cotton. When it becomes cloth, to make the cloth again into cotton, how much you need to beat. That is the exact work I am doing with these so-called grown-up fellows. But kids are cotton. Directly they can remain as cotton and very light and live the life on the planet Earth like a breeze. When you live consistently, years after years with the examination fear, you become insensitive to fear and greed, and you become insensitive to life itself. Understand? Being insensitive to fear or greed is not going beyond fear or greed. Not having fear and greed is not being insensitive to fear and greed. I know some of my most favorite disciples, even they hide something from me. Whether their personal ambitions or personal lifestyle or personal thinking. When I look at them, what makes them hide something from me? I tell you, the moment you deeply love somebody, you feel like you should open up completely to the other person. Even if you are hiding something, or you have not got the chance to open up to him or her, you have a guilt. The definition of love is ability to trust and open yourself completely to the other person. I have seen when the disciples flower in Guru Bhakti, they completely open their whole life, not just past or present. They are open to the future as Master guides them. But sometimes, even those few people start hiding Of course, what can be hidden from me? It is like a child trying to hide the candy behind the head. No, I will not show you. I am standing, I can see the hole behind which you are hiding. But when I usually not try to find what they are hiding. I only try to find why they are hiding. Because what they are hiding is immaterial for me. I am not interested in peeping Tom. I am not interested in what they are hiding. But I wanted to know sometime why they are hiding. When I see, I am able to see very clearly the pattern of fear makes hiding things as part of your life. And unfortunately, all the kids, especially Indian kids, India is suffering with this education and examination syndrome. This whole country, instead of putting their energy and efforts in creating jobs, they are putting it creating educated fools. All right, we have millions of crores of graduates. Where is jobs? How are they being utilized for the country's progress, growth? No plan. But so much of importance is given on education. Parents sell their retirement properties, what they saved for retirement, and give education to the kids. Education in India has become most expensive because the whole country is running towards education. So much of undue importance is given to education. Please understand, I am very straight. I don't know, Bharat, when will you wake up and come back to your own original, pure, inspiring education system instead of examination education system. From the age of 5, first grade, when the kids were made to live season after season after season, year after year after year, with the examination fear and the demonized teachers, terrorized question papers, and anxiety-filled days you wait for your examinations. I tell you, even after 20 years of completing your college and school, you get the dream as if you missed your examination or you failed in your examination. How many of you had this kind of dreams? God saved me. Forget about dream. Even in the daytime, even in the waking state, I never had a fear. This is the worst damage done to your consciousness. Now you are habituated to live day in and day out in that fear and hiding, hypocrisy, lying, all that becomes part of your lifestyle. A child can never be comfortable with a lie. If he tells a lie, he will never be comfortable with himself. But he is made to feel comfortable through the examination fears. Now, either he has to hide and tell lies or he can't survive. I tell you, never ever the vast, free-thinking human resource of India is going to be useful till you remove the examination. And I also give you one strong, clear guarantee. China is never going to be a superpower because the whole system is based on fear. There are only two possibilities for the future. If India is not going to get out of this examination system, America will remain a superpower because it is built on greed. If India removes this fear of examination, the fear system, there is every possibility this country can be based on inspiration and it can become superpower. There are only three ways of living: based on fear, based on greed, based on inspiration. America is successful in living based on greed. And they suffered all the side effects of greed also. China is really successful in living based on fear. And they are successful in this living based on fear, but they are suffering the side effects also. India has a possibility to live on inspiration, but still it is only a possibility. If thinkers and decision makers of India can listen to this and get the next generation out of examination fear and examination pressure, bring new life into the thinking trend, thought trend, and liberate the children from the fear. See, when you don't liberate them, they become buffaloes. They are now habituated. See, the hypocrisy enters into a child the moment his examination, first his known examination result comes out. If he is not even aware, he is saved. The moment he becomes aware of his examinations and the result comes out, by the first grade or second grade, this starts happening. Sometimes in the third grade. By third grade, he is hypocrite. He is useless. He is useless for himself, for country, for humanity. Hypocritical human beings are only load. The suicide bombers waiting to explode. When hypocrisy enters into your system, you stop raising yourself by yourself. China can never be a superpower. China can never be a superpower because it is based on fear. America will remain a superpower till India gets their citizens from this examination fear syndrome. People ask me, Swamiji, you are so much against fear and greed. Why even in your Sangha you have kept some systems to frighten people, to bring fear into their mind? I tell you, just because human beings have become insensitive to instructions, see, nobody can live in my Sangha unless they are in completely, they have that Guru Bhakti and love. I don't doubt. But unfortunately, even in your love, you stop listening to the words and you are not able to live because of your insensitivity due to examination fear. The pattern built on you due to the examination fear, which has become the biggest insensitivity in your system. Due to the examination fear, the insensitivity of fear enters into your life. When you become insensitive to fear, you become insensitive to life. So if anything happens in the life, you are insensitive. You are insensitive even to the loving words I utter or the spiritual instruction I give. Fear of examination. and living with that fear, slowly, human beings become so insensitive. Their insensitivity reaches to the level of sometimes even being a criminal, even to do crimes. They don't have any problem even to commit crimes. I have to keep certain level of fear-based driving method in my Sangha just because all these guys who come and join the Sangha are already corrupted by the examination fear syndrome. Otherwise, they become insensitive to their responsibilities. They stop remembering the responsibilities they have taken up, the lifestyle they have taken up. They constantly see somebody else's weak point and justify their weak points. The other person's weak point does not justify your weak point. Even what you think as weak point in me also does not justify your weak point. You don't have any weak point that is different. Even if you think there are some weak points, that does not justify that you can also have weak points. Getting inspired from what you think as the strong points of my life is Guru Bhakti. Getting liberated from what you think as weak points of me is Atma Bhakti. If you are inspired by the strong, what you think as strong points in my life, that is Guru Bhakti. If you are liberated from what you think as weak points in my life, means not being pulled down or justify your weak points in the name of your idea of my weak points, then, only then, you have Atma Bhakti. As Bhagavan says, raise yourself by yourself. Because at one point, even your ideas about me having some weak point can come as a justification for you to remain weak. Those are the moments Guru says, be liberated from me. Be a light unto yourself. Don't justify your weaknesses based on your perceived weaknesses about me. That is the moment Guru says, be a light unto yourself. You are your friend and you are your enemy. Bhagavan uses a beautiful word. Bandhuhu. Ripuhu. Bandhu means friend who raises yourself, who stands by you to fulfill your life. Ripuhu means who destroys you, your enemy. Understand? When you are inspired by your perceived greatness about me, Guru Bhakti happens. When you justify your weakness with your perceived weaknesses about me, it is Guru Droha. But both the time, it is only your perception with which you are playing, I am untouched. I am untouched neither by your pada puja nor by your abusal. Pada puja helps you to stand and raise yourself. Abusal makes you to destroy yourself by yourself. But in both, you are playing with your perception, not with me. I am untouched. Do not justify any of your weak points with your perceived weak points about me. Listen deeply into this truth and live. Elevate yourself by yourself. Get out of this being insensitive to life. Get out of that pattern. Be sensitive to every action you are doing, every action you are performing, every attitude you are building, every thought you are having is moving you either towards your mission or away from your mission. Don't think everything is, if you don't progress, you are on the neutral gear. No. Either you clutch, go forward, or you clutch, go in the reverse, or you are unclutched. There is no neutral gear in the life. Either forward gear or reverse gear. Every thought you have, every word you utter, every action you do is adding up. Only you have to raise yourself by yourself. Don't depend on your friends, the so-called seniors, whom you think have more understanding than yourself. They may be having understanding in some subject, at some dimension, not in all. In some other dimension, they may not be having complete understanding. So when you look up to them in everything, you are doomed. I have seen so many people who came to the ashram, juniors, misguided by these so-called seniors, and missed. The only reason I started this morning satsang is just for the sake of let all the people directly listen to my teachings directly from my mouth. Let it not be a different versions. Uttared atmanatmanam atmanam avasadayet atmaiva hyatmano bandhur atmaiva ripuratmanaha. Every time I repeat this verse, it's like I am tank refilled now. I can go on and on. Layers and layers and layers of meaning is filled in this one verse. Don't expect anybody else, somebody else to come and raise you and put you back into the enlightened lifestyle. It is you, only you can raise yourself by yourself. Only you have to raise yourself by yourself. Don't let yourself down by yourself. You have to put yourself in the enlightened lifestyle, and you have to live. Don't let yourself down by yourself. Atma. Yourself is your friend. Yourself is your enemy. It is you who need to decide whether to raise yourself or let yourself down. Too much of greed about the future. The hi-fi consumeristic lifestyle has made the next generation of India insensitive to greed. In those days, I know, a family, if they get a two-wheeler, they will be contented and have one car. They will be in the heavens, in the sky, seventh heaven, cloud 9. Now, each person, if they have one car, based on the brand, they even try to come to contentment. The consumeristic hi-fi lifestyle made human beings insensitive to greed, insensitive to being content, and the cutthroat, fear-based, competitive lifestyle made human beings insensitive to fear, means insensitive to peace. Trupti and Shanti both have left your life. You have become completely insensitive to Trupti and Shanti because of consumeristic and competitive lifestyle. Competitive lifestyle made you insensitive to Shanti. Consumeristic lifestyle made you insensitive to Trupti. When the Trupti and Shanti stopped happening in your life, you have become insensitive to life itself. You have become insensitive to the Guru. I can see how sensitive my Gurukul kids are to my words. Now I know, even if the Gurukul teachers forget, the kids won't forget to repeat this verse from today every day. I challenge, tomorrow morning all my Gurukul kids would have by-hearted this verse. 100% of them would have by-hearted this verse. Maybe they would have even finished writing 1008 times. Being sensitive to the higher truths or the life or the master has disappeared into the next generation because of consumeristic and competitive lifestyle. Even in the consumeristic competitive lifestyle, if you retain your sensitivity to life by raising yourself by yourself, you are new gen. Understand? If you are letting yourself down by yourself, you are next gen. If you are raising yourself by yourself, you are new gen. I bless you all who are sitting with us around the world at this moment. 1,110 places through Nithyananda TV and 51 places two-way video conferencing having Nayana Diksha in 286 cities in 31 countries around the world. Let you all achieve, experience, live, express, radiate, share and explode in eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you.
जीवन्मुक्तिप्रदं देवम्
Paramahamsa Nithyananda, a rare living incarnation, is named among the world's 100 most spiritually influential personalities today. Paramahamsa Nithyananda has been placed alongside Dalai Lama, Nelson Mandela, Oprah Winfrey, Paulo Coelho and others by Mind, Body, Spirit, the world's top esoteric magazine from Watkins, London's oldest and largest bookstore. A yogi by birth, he has been expressing his power of enlightenment since birth. He has authored more than 500 books in Tamil and English. Translations of these books are available in 26 languages in Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, Hindi, Sanskrit, Gujarati, Oriya, Bengali, Marathi, French, Malay, Polish, Portuguese, Italian, German, Danish, Spanish, Russian and Chinese. He is also an exemplary speaker with over 10,000 hours of profound life solutions through his discourses. Social services such as Annadan, free medical care, free educational services with ashrams, schools, temples, hospitals established in more than 140 places around the world, offering exceptional services. A powerful spiritual healer who has healed millions of people of diseases from migraine to cancer. A Kriya Yogi who has formulated Kriyas for physical health and mental well-being, benefiting thousands. A living master who offers practical solutions for our everyday problems. He is the founder and spiritual head of Nithyananda Dhanapeetham, a spiritual powerhouse who has revived the sacred Vedic tradition by establishing Vedic temples in places like Los Angeles, San Jose, Seattle, Toronto, Ohio, Oklahoma, Phoenix, St. Louis, Malaysia, Brazil, Paris, Guadeloupe, Dallas, New York, New Jersey, Atlanta, Calgary, Vancouver, Singapore, and places in India like Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Tiruvannamalai. A spiritual guru for 10 million followers, an incarnation who transmits the highest spiritual energy through initiation, a contemporary yogi who has revived the Vedic science of yoga worldwide through thousands of yoga centers, an adept in Ashtamahasiddhis, mystical yogic powers, who has effortlessly awakened the Kundalini of thousands and graced them with spiritual powers, a dynamic young guru who is an inspiration for thousands of youngsters, India's most watched spiritual guru online, a beacon of spiritual light who has triumphed over the forces of religious terrorism and political persecution. Paramahamsa Nithyananda is an eternal Kalpataru, blessing the world with the boons of material abundance and spiritual enlightenment. He is the 293rd pontiff of the world's most ancient Hindu organization, Madurai Adinam.
नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम् आनन्दानुभवास्वादं सर्वरोगनिवारकं वन्दे पापविनाशक्तं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम् नित्यमुक्तं निर्विकल्पं ध्यानलोकप्रदीपकं वन्दे शान्तमयं बन्धं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम् आनन्दगन्धसञ्चारं सर्वोपाधिविनिर्मुक्तं वन्दे ज्ञानालयं नाथं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम्.
If you can understand, your existence should not be altered, only should be experienced, your execution will become perfection. Unfulfillment, incompletion, yet to be achieved feeling should not be cherished in your existence. Because in your existence, nothing more need to be added. But in your action, there should be so much of passion, as if only that action is going to give you complete fulfillment. It's like when you see drinking water in the desert after 3 days of thirst. You know, running, grabbing and drinking that water only is going to save your life. Doing action, execution with that passion. I tell you, execution with the passion postpones even your death. In the modern day, many of the surveys, studies, researches are proving people who don't retire live long. Their work itself is retirement. I tell you, do not get retired. Constantly go on doing something. The passion to execute makes you live. Live, live, and live. Even if you feel all doors are closed for you, don't keep quiet. Live, live, live. The moment you start feeling there is something wrong in your existence, whether you act or not, you will only be suffering, torturing yourself and others. The moment you feel your existence is more complete than any completion is possible, then whatever your execution, not only it radiates your fulfillment, it fulfills everybody around you. Execution with right understanding of existence is romance. I tell you, execution with the right understanding of existence is romance with life. Every breath is a romance. Every step is a romance. It's romancing with the whole life. The day I realized nothing can be done in the inner space, I became enlightened. Understand, your inner space is like a huge globe. But what you perceive as your inner space is the 2-acre patta land which you are having. Your document, registration document. That frog showing the 1 rupee coin to the elephant. Just because this land is registered in your name, don't think death will not come inside the land and take you away. Let's enter into today's satsang in Bhagvadgita, 4th chapter, Jnanakarma Sannyasa Yoga, 41st verse.
योगसंयस्तकर्माणं ज्ञानसंच्छिन्नसंशयम् आत्मवन्तं न कर्माणि निबध्नन्ति धनञ्जय.
Yoga Sanyasta Karmanam Jnana Sanchinna Samshayam Atmavantam Nakarmani Nibattanti Dhananjaya. Translation: O Dhananjaya, the vital air that nourishes the body, one whose performance is laid in intense action, one whose doubts are destroyed by experience, one who is in his essential nature is not bound by actions. With a strong blow of a word like Samsayatma Vinashyati, Arjuna is completely shaken. Shaken to the very core. It's almost like he was about to break. Now Bhagavan tries, no, don't break, because I know. A person like Krishna, embodiment of love, nothing but love. You can't expect a word like pranashyati, doomed, destroyed, from a person like Sri Krishna. Understand? Even his enemies, he gave them enough chance. Never killed them immediately using his powers or glory. Even the dirty fellow Shishubala, he gave 100 chance. Such a loving being. There is no history of any incarnation giving enlightenment to even his enemies other than Sri Krishna. There is no record when Jnana Sambandar killed all these Jain monks, they all have become enlightened. No. Please be very clear. I am very honest. Even though I represent Jnana Sambandar, I give you the direct history and without twisting it as it is. There is no history. Of course, he did not kill the Jain monks. They themselves have committed suicide because of the shyness. He actually forgave them. But whatever he said, and enemies, they died. They did not get enlightenment. But Sri Krishna, not a single enemy of Sri Krishna missed enlightenment. Every individual, the story, every time it very clearly records the life from that body enters into Sri Krishna's feet and disappears. There is no record. Rama liberated all his enemies. There is no record. Even Ravana was liberated. No. There is no record. Tataka was liberated. Only Vali was liberated, because Vali transformed in the deathbed. There is no other master, incarnation, like Sri Krishna, who is embodiment of love, who can liberate even his enemies. Not a single enemy of Sri Krishna was left without being liberated. Saguni, other than enlightenment, he had all qualities of Sri Krishna. Even Saguni was liberated, enlightened. Person like Sri Krishna, embodiment of compassion, love, you can't expect him to utter a word like a pranashyati, I know for sure for 32 years Arjuna was with Sri Krishna. Krishna is elder 8 days, and when Gita was uttered, Arjuna was 32 completed, means 33 running. Krishna and Arjuna were running 33, completing 32. Arjuna would have never heard word like a pranashyati from Krishna's mouth for last 32 years. How can you utter this word? Especially looking at me. That would have been shock for Arjuna. I have never heard you saying this kind of a strong word. And especially to me, who is your closest friend. But I tell you, Arjuna was worthy of that word. It is nothing wrong. That word was uttered towards Arjuna. Samsayatma vinashyati. But now Arjuna has gone to the breaking point, the verge. Yoga sanyastagarumanam jnana sanchinna samsayam atmavantam nagarumani nivattanti dhananjaya. Bhagavan is healing Arjuna. He is bringing him out. Now Arjuna is having a dilemma. One side, I am destroyed if I don't perform. Other side, if I do the action, I may be bound by the action. That is why Bhagavan says, one whose performance is laid in intense action, one whose doubts are destroyed by experience, one who is in his essential nature is not bound by action. Yoga sanyastagarumanam jnana sanchinna samsayam. That's a key word. Yoga sanyastagarumanam. Let all your actions be continuously happening without breaking the unclutched mood. That is the exact meaning. Please understand. Train yourself. First sit and unclutch for a few minutes. Then try to be in the same space of unclutching and move your hand. Then try to be in the same space of unclutching, move your legs. Then try to do simple yogasanas. Yogasanas are very powerful method and techniques for you to learn to move your system without breaking the unclutching space, unclutched space. Nitya yoga should be performed always in unclutched space. All the kriyas and yogas and movements and all the activities I taught you, including website creation or cooking, eating, whatever actions I ask you to do, inside the Sangha, outside the Sangha, in your life, anywhere, everything has to be performed in unclutched way. Yoga is the first step for you to train yourself to move in unclutched way, to move your body in unclutched space, one whose performance is laid in intense action. Understand, when you are moving in unclutched way, your intense action establishes yourself in highest performance. Performance, intense action. These two words is a very powerful words. Understand. Action always does not need to lead you to performance, but intense action always leads you to performance. When I say intense action, the action where the diversion of energy does not exist, where you are centered on the higher self, the very centering is performance. Action without performance is karma. Action leading to performance is karma yoga. People ask me, if I unclutch and work, I may not plan properly, I may forget. I tell you no. If you unclutch and function, you will only forget to waste your time. You will only forget the destroying your life. The constructive action, planning, nothing will be lost. It will happen beautifully. You are programmed, capable of without having mind. You are capable of living, performing, creating without mind. Human mind is the ultimate software. You don't need your own mind for you to function. Your software is such, it's developed in your system so beautifully, it does not need to function for it to function. Understand? It's very paradoxical. Your biomemory is programmed such a way, there is no need for any ways for it to perform. Yoga sanyastagarumanam jnana sanchinna samsayam atmavantam nagarumani nibattanti dhananjaya. One whose performance is laid in intense action, one whose doubts are destroyed by experience, one who is in his essential nature is not bound by actions. The essence, the sacred secret from this verse: continue to intensify your unclutching. Let all your actions be performed from the unclutched space. Try this just today. Whatever you are doing, remember to be constantly aware of unclutched space. As today's essence, pen down this one line: intense action in intense inaction. Intense action in intense inaction. Please pen down this one line: intense action in intense inaction. This is the sacred secret of this verse.
Paramahamsa Nithyananda, a rare living incarnation, is named among the world's 100 most spiritually influential personalities today. Paramahamsa Nithyananda has been placed alongside Dalai Lama, Nelson Mandela, Oprah Winfrey, Paulo Coelho and others by Mind, Body, Spirit, the world's top esoteric magazine from Watkins, London's oldest and largest bookstore. A yogi by birth, he has been expressing his power of enlightenment since birth. He has authored more than 500 books in Tamil and English. Translations of these books are available in 26 languages in Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, Hindi, Sanskrit, Gujarati, Oriya, Bengali, Marathi, French, Malay, Polish, Portuguese, Italian, German, Danish, Spanish, Russian and Chinese. He is also an exemplary speaker with over 10,000 hours of profound life solutions through his discourses. Social services such as Annadan, free medical care, free educational services with ashrams, schools, temples, hospitals established in more than 140 places around the world, offering exceptional services. A powerful spiritual healer who has healed millions of people of diseases from migraine to cancer. A Kriya Yogi who has formulated Kriyas for physical health and mental well-being, benefiting thousands. A living master who offers practical solutions for our everyday problems. He is the founder and spiritual head of Nithyananda Dhanapeetham, a spiritual powerhouse who has revived the sacred Vedic tradition by establishing Vedic temples in places like Los Angeles, San Jose, Seattle, Toronto, Ohio, Oklahoma, Phoenix, St. Louis, Malaysia, Brazil, Paris, Guadeloupe, Dallas, New York, New Jersey, Atlanta, Calgary, Vancouver, Singapore, and places in India like Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Tiruvannamalai. A spiritual guru for 10 million followers, an incarnation who transmits the highest spiritual energy through initiation, a contemporary yogi who has revived the Vedic science of yoga worldwide through thousands of yoga centers, an adept in Ashtamahasiddhis, mystical yogic powers, who has effortlessly awakened the Kundalini of thousands and graced them with spiritual powers, a dynamic young guru who is an inspiration for thousands of youngsters. India's most watched spiritual guru online, a beacon of spiritual light who has triumphed over the forces of religious terrorism and political persecution. Paramahamsa Nithyananda is an eternal Kalpataru, blessing the world with the boons of material abundance and spiritual enlightenment.
स्वागतम् आनन्दानुभवास्वादं सर्वरोगनिवारकं वन्दे पापविनाशक्तं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम् नित्यमुक्तं निर्विकल्पं ध्यानलोकप्रदीपकं वन्दे शान्तमयं बन्धं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम् आनन्दगन्धसञ्चारं सर्वोपाधिविनिर्मुक्तं वन्दे ज्ञानालयं नाथं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम्.
Let you all achieve, experience, live, express, radiate, share and explode in eternal bliss. Nithyananda.
Nithyananda Dhanapeetham, Nithyananda Nagar off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bangalore 562109. Contact 09742203311. www.nithyananda.org. www.youtube.com/lifeblissfoundation.
Yesterday officially we inaugurated our center in Sri Lanka, Mattakkalappu. Nithyananda Dhanapeetham is formed officially in Sri Lanka, in Mattakkalappu. I have donated from Dhanapeetham 1 crore rupee and in Ceylon money value 2.5 crore. It will be soon transferred legally to Sri Lankan institution. I have already allotted, now it will be transferred. All our social service activities in Sri Lanka, mainly for the people who are affected by the war, will start in full-fledged way. See, Tibetans are also persecuted, but they lost the land. Tibetans lost the land, but they survived by keeping the culture, spiritual tradition alive. Now, Sri Lankan Tamils also should do the same thing. You might have lost in the political war, but don't lose in the cultural war. Keep your culture alive. Keep your tradition alive. Keep your spiritual strength alive. Through that, you can come back always. You can always come back. See, now Dalai Lama is having a big coming back. I hope and expect and bless, let Tibetans get their land back. Same way, I assure, O people of Sri Lankan Tamil, I assure, keep your culture, spiritual tradition alive. You will get your land back. And today I have one more wonderful news for all you guys. 57 big organizations, not small, big organizations are gathering today together in Madurai to have Madurai Adinam Protection Committee. Please understand. 52 big organizations. Actually, in that one organization has 4,300 organizations under them. So, totally around 4,350 organizations are supporting us. Today they are all gathering to give a press meet, and I have also one more good news for you guys. 400 people have taken up yesterday the Prana Samyama. The Prana Samyama is now being practiced from day before yesterday by 400 people across the world. And once you all complete the 21 days, I'll initiate you all in hunger-free and thirst-free Samyama. And now I am very successful in making your system function without losing energy or any basic things and without having food. I am very successful in initiating people. We will be able to do it. Let's enter into today's satsang. In Bhagvadgita, 4th chapter, Jnanakarma Sannyasa Yoga, 31st verse.
यज्ञशिष्टामृतभुजः यान्ति ब्रह्म सनातनं नायं लोकोऽस्ति यज्ञस्य कुतोऽन्यः कुरु सत्तम.
Yajnasishta mridabhujaha yanti brahma sanatanam nayam lokosti agnyasya kuta anyaha kurusattama. The new translation, one who experiences the state of imperishableness that remains after sacrifice moves to the state of eternal expansion. But for the one who does not sacrifice, even this ordinary life is not there. What to say about other worlds, states of being, O best among Kurus. If you understand this one verse, you will understand the impact of Prana Samyama on your life. Bhagavan is continuously addressing about Prana Samyama in this verse also. He says, having tasted the nectar of the results of such sacrifices. Please understand. Here the word sacrifice means offering all your actions into prana, means being established into prana, the self-remembrance, even while you are functioning in all actions. Even while you are doing all actions. Bhagavan is continuing. Actually, Last 3 verses are on the same subject, prana samyama. He is telling you about the benefits, and now he is telling, if you are not established in prana, self-remembrance, even this world you won't get. What about the other worlds? Forget about it. He is very clear. He is making it very clear categorically. Please understand. Sri Krishna has a very logical and systematic, strategic brain. He is not Bole Baba like Shiva. If you read whole Shiva Sutras, not a single instruction is categorical. He says, if you want, meditate on the heart center. If not, meditate on the Agnya center. If not, sit absorbing your breath. If you read the whole Shiva Sutras, it is all about options. Bole Babas always give you options. If not, do this. If not, do that. If you don't even want to do that, all right, do what you want. I will support you. But Krishna is not Bole Baba. He is clear. In the first sutra, he defines the process. In the next verse, he says about the benefits. In the third verse, if you are not going to do this, what are you going to become? Means categorical. He says about the plus, minus, and the process. He is very clear. Bhagavad-gita is very apt for common mass because he is very clear, categorical. So please understand, Bhagavan is very clear in this verse. He says, if you are not going to establish yourself in self-remembrance, prana, you won't achieve even this world. Then forget about other worlds, higher worlds. Even this ordinary human world is not for you. He emphasizes on self-remembrance. Ordinary human beings want categorical instructions. In this, Bhagavan is very categorical. He says, one who experiences the state of imperishableness by sacrificing all the actions into prana moves to the state of eternal explosion, enlightenment. But for the one who does not establish himself in prana, even this ordinary life, ordinary world is not there. What to say about the other worlds? Impossible. So Bhagavan is very clear, categorically in this verse saying, establish yourself. Establish yourself in a powerful prana samyama, self-remembrance. You don't even need to comment on this verse. It is very clearly, it says, if you establish yourself in prana, you explode into eternal explosion of enlightenment. If not, even this world, you won't get it. Forget about the other worlds. That's all. Nothing else. Over. So even today, I initiate all of you into prana samyama. Please take up prana samyama. Now, all of you just sit for a few minutes. Let you all feel the presence of Meenakshi Sundareshwara.
Paramahamsa Nithyananda, a rare living incarnation, is named among the world's 100 most spiritually influential personalities today. Paramahamsa Nithyananda has been placed alongside Dalai Lama, Nelson Mandela, Oprah Winfrey, Paulo Coelho and others by Mind, Body, Spirit, the world's top esoteric magazine from Watkins, London's oldest and largest bookstore. A yogi by birth, he has been expressing his power of enlightenment since birth. He has authored more than 500 books in Tamil and English. Translations of these books are available in 26 languages in Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, Hindi, Sanskrit, Gujarati, Oriya, Bengali, Marathi, French, Malay, Polish, Portuguese, Italian, German, Danish, Spanish, Russian and Chinese. He is also an exemplary speaker with over 10,000 hours of profound life solutions through his discourses. Social services such as Annadan, free medical care, free educational services with ashrams, schools, temples, hospitals established in more than 140 places around the world, offering exceptional services. A powerful spiritual healer who has healed millions of people of diseases from migraine to cancer. A Kriya Yogi who has formulated Kriyas for physical health and mental well-being, benefiting thousands. A living master who offers practical solutions for our everyday problems. He is the founder and spiritual head of Nithyananda Dhanapeetham, a spiritual powerhouse who has revived the sacred Vedic tradition by establishing Vedic temples in places like Los Angeles, San Jose, Seattle, Toronto, Ohio, Oklahoma, Phoenix, St. Louis, Malaysia, Brazil, Paris, Guadeloupe, Dallas, New York, New Jersey, Atlanta, Calgary, Vancouver, Singapore, and places in India like Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Tiruvannamalai. A spiritual guru for 10 million followers, an incarnation who transmits the highest spiritual energy through initiation, a contemporary yogi who has revived the Vedic science of yoga worldwide through thousands of yoga centers, an adept in Ashtamahasiddhis, mystical yogic powers, who has effortlessly awakened the Kundalini of thousands and graced them with spiritual powers, a dynamic young guru who is an inspiration for thousands of youngsters. India's most watched spiritual guru online, a beacon of spiritual light who has triumphed over the forces of religious terrorism and political persecution. Paramahamsa Nithyananda is an eternal Kalpataru, blessing the world with the boons of material abundance and spiritual enlightenment.
स्वागतम् आनन्दानुभवास्वादं सर्वरोगनिवारकं वन्दे पापविनाशक्तं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम् नित्यमुक्तं निर्विकल्पं ध्यानलोकप्रदीपकं वन्दे शान्तमयं बन्धं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम् आनन्दगन्धसञ्चारं सर्वोपाधिविनिर्मुक्तं वन्दे ज्ञानालयं नाथं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम्.
Let you all achieve, experience, live, express, radiate, share and explode in eternal bliss. Nithyananda.
Nithyananda Dhanapeetham, Nithyananda Nagar off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bangalore 562109. Contact 09742203311. www.nithyananda.org. www.youtube.com/lifeblissfoundation.
Morning satsang in Bhagvadgita, 4th chapter, Jnanakarma Sannyasa Yoga, 35th verse.
यज्ञात्वा न पुनर्मोहम् एवं यास्यसि पाण्डव येन भूतान्यशेषेण द्रक्ष्यस्यात्मनि यतो मयि.
Yajñātvā na punam moham evam yasyasi pandava ena bhūtāni aseshena drakshyasi atmani yatho mayi. Translation: experiencing which, O Pandava, you will not have this confusion once again, for you will discern that all life forms with no exception are in your own self as they are in me. It is such a pleasure to have knowledge bomb every morning. I don't know about you guys, I am having it. Such pleasant space in the morning. I wake up and take bath slowly in my own way. My way of taking bath is, I need to have water in a huge tub, almost like what you need for an elephant. No, really, I cannot take bath with less quantity water, 2 bucket, 3 bucket, no. I can live without food, but this cleaning is a big ritual for me. And still I do all the rituals, achamanam, everything, and then only I'll take bath. As prescribed by Manu. Manu says that 7 times you have to wash after you finish your motion. So 7 times I'll use soap. I'll count. Sometime if I am in a hurry, at least 7 times I'll touch. And then my taking bath is like a... If you have seen the deity of Amritakateshwara, he will be sitting with 2 big vessels and pouring on his head. That's the way I'll take bath. Means the whole body will become cool. Now I have one more thing added. Puja. In this Madhurayadinam tradition, I have to perform Shiva Puja every morning. What puja I will perform? The moment I sit, already in Samadhi. But I have my own way. I'll put little vibhuti and little kumkum, little sandal and little water and flower, all that. And it will take 2 hours for me. Because by the time I put kumkum, I'll fall into Samadhi. Then again settle down and pour little water. Anyhow, after all that, I come and sit here. It's like in pure inner space, a bomb, knowledge bomb. This is what exactly I want even you guys to experience. Morning, have enema so that stomach is clean. Take bath, come with a fresh inner space and do the Guru Puja. Then this energy bomb, the experience, knowledge bomb falls on you. If your stomach is clean, this verse can directly become experience in you. Please understand. Bhagavan says, O Partha, Pandava, again and again you lose the experience of the ultimate, the remembrance of the ultimate truth. Do not miss that. Have some experience which will remind you to experience the ultimate truth always. See, what is ultimate truth here? Bhagavan says very clearly, all life forms are part of your own self. That is the ultimate truth. Bhagavan says, you forget again and again this truth because of confusion. Here, Bhagavan is using word moham. Na aham is naham, ma aham is moham. You surrendering yourself is naham, namaha, naham. You being destroyed is moham, ma aham, moham. If a horse comes and sits at your feet and obeys your command, it is naham. Na aham, surrendering. You just throw a bomb at a horse and it dies and falls. That is moham, ma aham. The key word in this verse is moham, ma aham. Bhagavan says, all life forms are part of you. This is the ultimate truth. But you again and again forget this truth because of moham. Moham word should not be understood as a lust or greed. Please understand. Lust or greed is only the bomb. That is not moham. Moham means destroying yourself, the confusion. Bhagavan says, the moham, the confusion, takes away this truth. All life forms are part of you. It is being taken away from you again and again. Punah punaha. He says, get into some experience which will not take away that ultimate from you again and again. It's a very subtle subject. Please listen intensely, step by step. First, all life forms are part of me. This is the truth. Now, once you understand that, sometime you feel, yes, if you take a handful of clay, if this is clay, if I understand this clay, if I know this clay thoroughly, then I know all the clay on the planet Earth thoroughly. Please understand. If I take a handful of clay and understand it thoroughly, then I know all the clay on the planet Earth. Same way, you are life. When you know you are living, you are life, then all life forms on the planet Earth is you. It is part of you. All the clay and the clay in your hand is not too different. All the life and the life in your body is not too different. You feel, almost I am understanding, but not. I think I understand, but not. For these understandings, you need to have two things. One, the stomach, clean stomach, and the throat with ghee. If you pour little ghee in your throat, the ghee in the throat awakens subtle parts of the brain. Still in Ramakrishna Mat, morning, before the teacher starts the class, there will be a whole day classes, the Shastra classes, Patanjali and all other Shastra classes. Before entering into the class, they'll give the ghee in the spoon. You'll have to have the ghee in your throat and sit for the Shastra. I asked, why this tradition? It started by Sri Ramakrishna. It was given to Sri Ramakrishna by Totaburi. It's directly from Naga Sampradaya. The pure cow ghee, ghee made out of cow milk, you have to pour it in your throat, at least a spoon. If the ghee is in your throat and the stomach is clean, the subtle truths you will understand. If the ghee is in your throat, you won't fall asleep. Try. Try to have a spoon of ghee in early morning when you sit for satsang. You will never fall asleep. It's from Naga Sampradaya. It was given to Ramakrishna by Totaburi, and Ramakrishna has given to all his disciples. Stomach should be clean and ghee should be in the throat. Then you will catch all these subtle truths. Anyhow, Today you may not have that, but understand the truth at least. You do accept many times all life forms are part of me. I am part of the all life forms. But the problem is, when you make serious decisions in your life, this truth is forgotten. You don't make decision based on this truth. Why? The ma aham, confusion. The cognizance you take about the problem becomes more powerful than the ultimate solution you carry in your inner space. Please understand. All of you have thousands of ultimate solutions. Love, compassion, joy, part of life. I am part of life and life is part of me. All this, all of you have it. But when a problem comes, when you are expected to make decision, when you need to take cognizance about some issue, about some problem, the cognizance of the problem looks powerful in you than the cognizance of the ultimate solution, spiritual truth. I tell you, please understand, I am breaking one of the important myth. The power of problem in your inner space and the power of solution in your inner space. Ultimate solution in your inner space. If the power of ultimate solution is more, you are a Jivan Mukta. The power of problem is more, you are bound soul. Now you need to know a very important truth. The power of problem can never be reduced. The power of solution can never be increased by mental practices. It is simply your hormonal space. Please understand. All I am trying to tell is, by keeping your stomach clean, you will become enlightened. You don't need any other practice. You do not need big pranayamas, kumbhakas, puja, yoga, work, karma yoga. No. It is a simple truth. The power of solution feels smaller than power of the problem just because of your stomach, your body's sickness. It has nothing to do with your mind. I tell you, you might have practiced controlling anger and lust for 35 years. If your stomach is upset, a little bit of food which does not suit your stomach is enough. All your 35-year practice is in the air. You will be screaming. You will be shouting. Whole thing boils down. The key word moha boils down to body's hormonal situation, body's chemical space. Balancing your body's chemical, establishing yourself in the ultimate understanding again and again and again is alchemy. I tell you. Just keep the stomach clean. When I say clean, I don't mean empty. I am not saying don't eat and all that. If you do not have digestion problem, if you do not have constipation, if you are sitting with a, Ramakrishna says, keep your head and stomach always cool, because both are connected. See now, I am telling you from my experience. Morning I came and sat in the seat. My whole stomach is clean. Such beautiful inner space, because just now I finished my puja. I am coming and sitting. This verse feels like a balm on me. Means such a strong impact this one line has created in me. But I can see so many of you unfortunately sitting. He says we have to believe, okay. The verse, I am giving you the clear meaning. It doesn't create a explosion in you. I want you to know the explosion happening in me and the explosion not happening in you, there is no mental practice needed for this. That is what I want you to understand. Do not say, oh, Swamiji has practiced and he became enlightened, that is why it is causing explosion in him. I am not, that is why it is not causing. No. It just needs chemical balance. Nothing else. And you may say, no, he is talking just to encourage us. No. Meenakshi Sundareshwara is witness. Keeping him as a witness, I promise, what I am saying is truth. It just needs a chemical balance, nothing else. Your body needs to be clean, nothing else. This verse will create the same shocking explosion in you, how it creates in me. Now I can tell you, this shock which I had, shock is not the right word, the explosion which I had now, when I read this verse, it will stay with me in my body at least for next 3 days. I will be there in that bhava continuously. This can happen in you without any mental, spiritual discipline or practice. Just by the right body. Means keeping your body clean. If your stomach is relaxed, you don't have much load and constipation on the stomach, and you are sitting, a cool feeling in the body, that is enough. This verse can cause the same explosion in your body, because this does not need any mental spiritual practices. Understand? There are different truths. There are some truths you need a heavy spiritual practice to understand it. For example, this is a matter. This can be dismantled and teleported and assembled somewhere. To master this truth, you need a heavy practice, mental practice, pranayama practice. But I am not teaching you that now. Same way, there are some truths which I said yesterday. The attitude of imbibing. There is no end to practice those truths. It's like even though I have mastered pranayama, still I continue to breathe. Even though I mastered the science of eating, I can live without food for any number of days. When my disciples can live without food for 27 days, why can't me? But I continue to eat. When I can. And same way, when I mastered the science of breath, even though I mastered the science of breath, I continue to breathe. Even though I mastered the science of eating, I continue to eat. Same way, even though I mastered the science of imbibing, I continue to practice it. There are some truths Even after mastering, you continue to practice. But there are some truths, once you master, you can't practice. Unclutching. I can't practice unclutching. Once you master it, you can't practice. You stay in it. Unclutching. Ajapa japa. All this, once you master, you can't practice. But feeling connection, even after you master, it goes on growing. You can't practice, but it goes on growing. There are some truths which needs heavy practice. There are some truths, once you master, you don't need to practice and you can't practice. There are some truths, even after you master, you will continue to practice. There are some truths for which you don't need any practice, just a balanced body. It is just a knack. You need to keep the body clean and keep it there when the truth is told to you. This truth, the truth, all life forms are part of you, which Bhagavan says, does not need any spiritual practice prior to the experience and post-experience. Please understand. Prior to experience and post-experience, you do not need any practice for this truth. It needs clean stomach, that's all. In Vedanta, there are some truths you don't need any practice. Just clean body. Same way, there are some truths. If your body is in utter sickness, that truth will work out. That is death experience. If you are in a complete chaos, the truth about the death, the moment it is told, it will become experience in you. That is what has happened to Ramana Maharshi in Madurai. He was actually sick. It has happened just in the same street. The South Tower street is there. We are in Tirkavani Moolavidi. Go to the South Tower and the straight, that street, I request and recommend all the devotees to go and have darshan of that place and come back. It's a small house. Bhagavan was sick for 2.5 days. Third day morning only this experience happened. He had a fever and slowly that fever has started developing and entered kind of a terrible confused fear. The child was terrorized. Maybe he was not able to communicate his fever to others, or nobody was able to understand. He was terrorized inside. Fever may be small thing only if the doctor says and he gives medicine and you see any progress. If you don't know about medicine, if you are not given knowledge or confidence, fever can terrorize your inner space. Bhagavan felt terrorized inside. What is happening? I don't know. In that mood, when a small suggestion about death came, it became experience. That is why even now in Buddhist monasteries, when somebody falls sick, they will use even that atmosphere, ambience, space to give enlightenment to that person. In Zen monasteries, if you fall sick, they will give you medicine, but whole day, 2-3 monks will sit next to you and remind you about the many sacred sentiments, many sacred secrets. They will remind you, because during the sickness, there are some sacred secrets will click with your body. Even in Dhyanapidam, I want this tradition to start. If somebody is sick and lying down, They should be constantly listening to the different sacred secrets I revealed in many different verses in Shiva Sutras or in Bhagvadgita or Yoga Sutra. These three are the backbone of Hindu tradition. How to experience this truth and not to lose the experience of this truth. Bhagavan says, moha, confusion is the reason why you lose this truth. Please understand, moha is not related to mind, it is related to body. Moha is not related to mind, it is related to body. Moha, kama, krodha, all the three are physical experience, not mental experience. Jealousy, attention need, ego, all three are mental experience, not physical experience. Please understand. Moha, kama, krodha, even bhaya. The lower three chakras are physical experience. To conquer the lower three chakras, you need to prepare the body, not mind. But unfortunately, you try to constantly prepare the mind and fail. The top three, attention need, jealousy and ego. For this, you need to prepare mind, because they are mental experiences. But the lust, fear and confusion, means worrying, these three are physical experiences. You just need to keep your stomach clean and light. Nothing else. You just need to carry your body gracefully. Nothing else. Where you hold your body, please understand, you always hold your body in Swadhisthana. That is why constant tensed feeling in Swadhisthana. Don't hold the body in Swadhisthana. Walk with the legs, not from Swadhisthana. While you walk, feel you are putting the foot on the ground. But now, you are holding your Swadhisthana and pushing the body. For example, the bullock cart. The spot where the bullock and the cart is connected, that is the spot the whole tension falls. When the bullock pulls the cart, the spot where the cart is first experiencing the pull, that spot, we can call it the touch spot, the spot where the touch happens. The transmission of pulling power happens. Same way, Swadhisthana is the spot where the transmission of the touch between your will and the body happens. Don't do that. Walk with the legs, talk with mouth, work with hands. Stop using Swadhisthana. Let the pressure be on the parts of the body which is functioning. How to do it? When you walk, remember you are using only your legs to walk. When you work, remember you are using only your hands to work. Just few days of remembrance is enough. Don't make this again as a mental practice. No. It is a physical thing. Even remembering that you are walking, you need to do mentally. See how sick human beings have become. It's very unfortunate. Moha can be dispelled only by training the body, not the mind. Mind can never be out of moha. Mind can never be out of roha. Mind can never be out of soha. By itself, It is only the body which needs to keep the mind out of roha, moha and soha. It is so unfortunate the Vedantis have forgotten the body, preparing the body, and they go on beating the mind till the end and die in depression. And it is so unfortunate. Siddhantis have forgotten body and mind and both. Even the mental struggle is stopped in course of time. It has all ended in who receives Purnakumbha, who gives Purnakumbha, who is respected and who is old. The other day there was a criticization. Somebody was criticizing about me. You self-styled, started 10 years before. We are the oldest. Of course, now their criticism holds no more value because now I am representing the oldest Hindu religious organization. That's different. But I also wanted them to understand what do we mean by oldest. In Zen tradition, there's a beautiful example. One enlightened master was sitting. One monk who was the head of the old monastery, who is the inheritor of the oldest monastic tradition, a pontiff of an old monastery comes to this enlightened master, and this master is sitting and drinking cup of tea. This pontiff comes and says, do you know, I am the pontiff of this monastery, oldest Buddhist monastery. The Zen master did not speak. Usually they don't speak. He finished his cup of tea and poured the water, washed that cup and poured it in another cup and emptied that cup, poured little more water in that cup, washed it and poured it another one cup and emptied that cup, poured little more water in that cup, washed it and poured in another one cup and gave it to this pontiff and said, please drink this tea. Pontiff was shocked. He said, what do you mean? Master said, an experienced person drinks original cup of tea. Pontiff drinks the washed water. Truth. What is there? My ancestors, my predecessor had a cup of tea. What is there in that? Fool, you have the cup of tea. And very strangely and rarely, impossibly, now both are meeting in one body. I don't know what is going to happen. Unfortunately, these Siddhanta monasteries have been reduced to who is old, whose teacup is old. Older the teacup, tea smell reduces. Vedantis fight with mind and forget the body. Siddhantis fight with others, forget the body and mind both. This is where the fate of Siddhanta and Vedanta I tell you. Work on your body. These great truths you should imbibe by working on your body. Early morning, if you do yoga, and then take bath in cold water, come and sit and do the Guru Puja, listen to these great truths, straight away it settles down in your inner space. Yoga simply happens in your inner space. Vedantic experience simply happens in your inner space. You need just prepared body, nothing else. Now, sit for a few minutes. Don't work on your body, don't work on your mind. Leave both to me. Don't unclutch. Don't try to do any technique. Don't even try to feel the presence of Meenakshi Sundareshwara. Don't even try to feel my presence. Just sit. Drop your body, drop your mind. Let me do what I need to do. Let me do what I have to do. Let me do my homework. You just sit.
Paramahamsa Nithyananda, a rare living incarnation, is named among the world's 100 most spiritually influential personalities today. Paramahamsa Nithyananda has been placed alongside Dalai Lama, Nelson Mandela, Oprah Winfrey, Paulo Coelho and others by Mind, Body, Spirit, the world's top esoteric magazine from Watkins, London's oldest and largest bookstore. A yogi by birth, he has been expressing his power of enlightenment since birth. He has authored more than 500 books in Tamil and English. Translations of these books are available in 26 languages in Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, Hindi, Sanskrit, Gujarati, Oriya, Bengali, Marathi, French, Malay, Polish, Portuguese, Italian, German, Danish, Spanish, Russian and Chinese. He is also an exemplary speaker with over 10,000 hours of profound life solutions through his discourses. Social services such as Annadan, free medical care, free educational services with ashrams, schools, temples, hospitals established in more than 140 places around the world, offering exceptional services. A powerful spiritual healer who has healed millions of people of diseases from migraine to cancer. A Kriya Yogi who has formulated Kriyas for physical health and mental well-being, benefiting thousands. A living master who offers practical solutions for our everyday problems. He is the founder and spiritual head of Nithyananda Dhanapeetham, a spiritual powerhouse who has revived the sacred Vedic tradition by establishing Vedic temples in places like Los Angeles, San Jose, Seattle, Toronto, Ohio, Oklahoma, Phoenix, St. Louis, Malaysia, Brazil, Paris, Guadeloupe, Dallas, New York, New Jersey, Atlanta, Calgary, Vancouver, Singapore, and places in India like Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Tiruvannamalai. A spiritual guru for 10 million followers, an incarnation who transmits the highest spiritual energy through initiation, a contemporary yogi who has revived the Vedic science of yoga worldwide through thousands of yoga centers, an adept in Ashtamahasiddhis, mystical yogic powers, who has effortlessly awakened the Kundalini of thousands and graced them with spiritual powers, a dynamic young guru who is an inspiration for thousands of youngsters, India's most watched spiritual guru online, a beacon of spiritual light, who has triumphed over the forces of religious terrorism and political persecution. Paramahamsa Nithyananda is an eternal Kalpataru, blessing the world with the boons of material abundance and spiritual enlightenment.
स्वागतम् आनन्दानुभवास्वादं सर्वरोगनिवारकं वन्दे पापविनाशक्तं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतं नित्यमुक्तं निर्विकल्पं ध्यानलोकप्रदीपकं वन्दे शान्तमयं बन्धं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम् आनन्दगन्धसञ्चारं सर्वोपाधिविनिर्मुक्तं वन्दे ज्ञानालयं नाथं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम्.
Let you all achieve, experience, live, express, radiate, share and explode in eternal bliss. Nithyananda.
Nithyananda Dhyanapītam, Nithyananda Nagar off Mysore Road, Biradi, Bangalore 562109. Contact 097422033111. www.nithyananda.org. www.youtube.com/lifeblissfoundation.
Before entering into the satsang, I wanted to share a unique experience happened just now in me. See, usually I sit there and they show the aarti here. It doesn't hit you so personally. Today I was sitting here, just in front of my eyes they were showing the aarti. See, when I am there, first thing I slip into that super conscious mode. By the time the aarti comes, already the pada puja is happening. I cannot sit quietly more than 2-3 minutes. Either I have to be in samadhi without mind or making people lose mind. Either, see, if I am in samadhi, you are saved. If I am not in samadhi, I drive you to samadhi. That's my life. Naturally, morning means I will be there sitting, and by the time aarti comes, I am already in samadhi. I don't feel it is directly done to me. I have never felt any pada puja done directly to me. By the time I come and sit, already I have so much respect for my padakas. Actually, the moment I come and sit, first thing I bow down to my padakas. As I said, once energized, they are independent of me. Whether I live in the body or don't live in the body, they can lead you to enlightenment. They are independent deity. But a common man cannot understand that I have so much of respect and devotion for my padakas. They will say, oh, some crazy. They will try to find out what is this disorder called in psychology. So I have so much devotion for my padakas. The moment I see and bow down, I fall into samadhi. Even if I miss 2-3 minutes looking around, blessing the people or greeting the person who has come to do pada puja, that Arunagiri Yogeshwara's Dhyana Sloka is there. That's automatic bumper. Lalate Tripundri Shakita means that's it. I immediately know memory of Arunagiri Yogeshwara is too much. So I'll fall into samadhi. I'll never feel pada puja is done to me or aarti is done to me. Never have the idea it is being done to me. Just like you are all sitting and doing, I am also sitting and okay, it is happening. I know it is all done to the intense presence of cosmos, the ultimate. But today just then I came and sat. I was looking around all these centers. I missed the Arunagiri Yogeshwara's Dhyana Sloka also. I have had this experience in those days when devotees call me to their houses, and when I go there, they will do a special pada puja in their houses where literally they will put the camphor into my nose and they'll I'll slowly try to move back. I will not leave you. They will chase me and show the camphor. Today it was almost like that scene. For a moment it just hit that around the world, at least in hundreds of places, people are worshipping with so much of sincerity. By the time the second thought came, I already slipped into samadhi. There was no second thought. Just like one idea came, oh God. Because I could see the arti. Today only I saw how grand it looks in every temple when they show the huge Maharti. Because sitting there in the Garbha Mandir, I can see what is going on. But today it is too close. And usually if my Paduka is there, I will put the responsibility on Paduka. Okay, it is done to the Paduka, what is there for me? Today now my Paduka is also missing. It's not there. Paduka is considered in the Vedic tradition as Paduka in Achyar. Means an independent Devi who can liberate people without even the consent of the master. It doesn't have any concern about right or wrong about the people. It doesn't judge. Paduka in Achyar is presented as a Devi because only mother can liberate without judging. Anyhow, so Paduka is also missing. I am giving you the exact insider's information, how I was feeling. Suddenly I felt huge responsibility for a moment. Then I slipped into samadhi. After the arati is over, I was trying to settle because I have to now talk. Means share some things with you guys. Satsang has to happen. I could see very clearly that responsibility coming out as action. It's like in a river, a box flowing. It was flowing and coming out and opening. I saw what is that responsibility, how it is getting converted into action. Compassion of not compromising. That is what exactly I felt. As long as I keep that one quality, compassion of not compromising with original teaching, I can be worshipped. Just yesterday I was having a small meeting with a group of ashramites. I told them, I stopped sitting with ashramites. Yesterday one of my disciples gave me a letter. You made me go through all my low moods and problems by myself. You did not stand by me. You did not support me. You thought I am a stable, strong person. You did not support me to go through that. Understand, me not showing any love, showing any sympathy, not showing any support is my ultimate uncompromised compassion. If I show any support when you go through mood swings, if I show any concern, over. You will be forever a child. Never you will break free. Even I was thinking, no, I should be little more socially compassionate, that socially loving. But now I am very clear. I cannot even think in that line. I just have to be a Trishul of Kalabhairava. That is my compassion. That is the ultimate compassion. Sword of Karuppar, Trishul of Kalabhairava. Uncompromising compassion makes you worthy of worship. I wanted all of you to note down this in your book of heart. Uncompromised compassion makes you worthy of worship. All of you imbibe this uncompromised compassion. Means don't compromise with your compassion. Don't just replace it with the pseudo love. See, pseudo love is very easy to practice because society immediately appreciates you. If you show the love, a concern, a hug, a sympathy in your eyes, immediately society recognizes, what a great saint, what a great master, what a loving personality. Shiva can be recognized as loving only by Sati, who has gone beyond Daksha's rules, society's rules. A person who is still stuck with the rules of Daksha, with the rules of society, can never understand Shiva's compassion. There is no further happening not much growth or transformation. Breakthrough in the quality of consciousness never happens by the social compassion or pseudo love. Breakthrough in consciousness happens in disciples only when the uncompromised compassion is practiced. Yesterday I received a Twitter from one ex-brahmachari in the ashram. He was here thrown out because of indiscipline reasons, did not withstand this training, and such an unproductive dullhead. Even the last hour, department does not want to entertain him. Anyhow, he withstood here for 1.5 years, left. Now he is sending me the Twitter, Swamiji, your training has made me evolve so much. Whichever company I am going, I am getting highly paid, all compliments and best job. Everybody is floored by my perfection and thinking speed and performance. You turned a stone into diamond. This is my rejected piece. Not even rejected piece. In the explosion, the piece which has jumped out of the scene, that piece is considered as a diamond in outside society. It is true. Anyhow, I did not send any reply to that guy because even after leaving, he did not change, transform much. Recently, he was teasing one of our brahmachari. That's why I did not send him any reply. He did not know. I was sitting next to that brahmachari and the brahmachari is talking in the phone, the speaker phone. He was abusing him. So I did not reply. That is different. All I am trying to tell is, this fellow when he was here, he will curse everybody in the department and curse me, everybody. Anything which he sees, he will curse. Because we are training him. Now suddenly he realizes the value of this uncompromised compassion. How a stone can be turned into a diamond? Only by polishing, coming in contact with a dynamic diamond. Pseudo love, social compassion will never make you diamond. Whether it is my teachings, or my satsangs, or my classes, or my programs, all of them carry one quality, uncompromised compassion. Means a powerful Vajrayana. In Buddhism they say that path of diamond. If you see my compassion, it is Vajrayana, path of diamond. The purity of Shiva. See, the ash, sacred ash remains the purity of Shiva. Means what stands after everything disappears is ash. That is why that represents Shiva. Shiva is the only one which stands after everything disappears, after everything is destroyed. Whatever can be destroyed, destroy them as early as possible. Whatever can be destroyed in you, destroy them as early as possible. What stands undestroyed is Shiva. Burn whatever can be burnt. What remains is ash. That is why ash represents Shiva. If I have received your worship, I have to be waiting and sitting till you become enlightened. I cannot relax till my last disciple has realized and become enlightened. Still Buddha is sitting. Still Mahavira is sitting. Still Shankara is sitting. Forget about Ramakrishna and Ramana Maharshi. They are all juniors. Still Buddha is sitting, waiting for his last disciple to get enlightened. Understand, the moment I receive your worship, I accept your worship. The moment you give even one bay leaf, one drop of water, or one flower with respect and bowing down, now I am bound by it. Understand? It's a huge responsibility. I felt, oh God, thousands are worshipping. What a huge responsibility. I was not elated when I saw thousands worshipping. I only felt responsible. God. I just quickly fell into samadhi. That is like anesthesia. When there is too much responsibility to handle, you take anesthesia and lie down. Of course, in anesthesia, nobody will do your job, but in samadhi, Cosmos will do your job. That is the only difference. If you fall into samadhi, cosmos will do your job. When I was settling, I was thinking, what is the quality which makes person worthy of worship? This is the answer I received. This is the answer happened. Uncompromised compassion means love only the possibility of the person, push every human being around you, including you, because you are also around you only, towards the highest possibility. Push yourself to the highest possibility means high achiever. Not just in the outer world, in the inner space also. And push everybody around you to the highest possibility. Contributing to others' life spiritually and making a difference in others' life is the quality which makes you worthy of worship. Understand? Radiate this quality, then you are radiating me. I can see.
Welcome to Inner Awakening, the most powerful personal transformation retreat you could ever experience. In just 21 days, thousands are already experiencing the shortest route to constantly high energy levels, visible anti-aging, healing of chronic diseases, fulfilling relationships, and higher states of consciousness. What is the secret behind this transformation?
Kundalini means the inner potential energy. Once it is awakened, opens the different doors for the conscious experience in you. I can say which is a master key for all extraordinary spiritual experiences.
This extraordinary program is conducted personally by Paramahamsa Nithyananda in the vibrant atmosphere of Nithyananda Dhyanapitham Ashram. Open yourself to the benefits of Nitya Yoga and practical meditation. Experience physical and mental healing. Discover simple ways to handle life with success. Above all, enjoy individual darshan and blessings from Paramahamsa Nithyananda every day. Take 21 days for yourself and carry home the transformation of a lifetime.
Akashic readings. Does life exist on other planets? What is the truth of the Bermuda Triangle mystery? Can I find out about my past lives? The hallways of Kala Chakra hide many answers. Get answers to all these questions and more directly from the source, the Cosmic Archives. Cosmic Archives are the mystical records of all the events, words, thoughts, and actions that have ever happened in the cosmos. The time shaft can be rewound and fast-forwarded for answers that only a living incarnation can access. Now, for the first time, a living avatar who is the embodiment of the cosmos itself opens himself in a language that we can understand. Akashic readings, downloaded from the Cosmic Archives by Nithyananda. Ask and you shall be answered. Email ensharing@nithyananda.org or call 918027279999 to get your questions answered live every Sunday at 7 p.m. Indian Standard Time on Nithyananda TV starting April 21st, 2012. Visit ntv.nithyananda.org.
Ramana Maharshi says, if somebody is attracted to you, the only punishment for them is you make them like you. Because you are a Vairagi, means sannyasi. If somebody is attracted to you, the only way you punish them is you make them like you. Of course, that is ultimate blessing. Just like that song, it is very difficult to be my devotee. First thing, your society, family, friends, nobody will accept. You have to listen to a spiritual satsang as if you are secretly watching pornography. Even for pornography, they may not object so much. But watching Nithyananda's satsang, so much objection will be there. I took away the social recognition which was around me to train my disciples strongly. Because there are thousands of fellows without even able to look in whether they are seeking is really seeking or it is just going with the social recognition which I was having. Now all the fellows who left, they were around me because I am a socially big guy, not spiritual master. They were eyeing on either my name and fame or wealth or so many other things around me. They were not eyeing on me itself. Now when all those things left, I can see very clearly who is following me, who really wanted me from the beginning. Ramakrishna says very beautifully, one eagle was carrying a fish and flying. Thousands of crows were around that eagle trying to attack that eagle to catch that fish. That eagle tried to fly this way, that way, that way. The crows are chasing him, shouting, ka, ka, ka. They were flying, chasing the eagle. Finally, the eagle has thrown the fish, went and sat in a tree silently. The eagle saw, oh God, because all the crows are now behind the fish, running around me, ka, ka. Now I know they were not running around me, for this name and fame and so many other social paraphernalia. When all that is lost, when I am free now, I could understand all the crows went away. It is not that easy to be my devotee. I will never think of 1,000 sacrifices you did. I will only look at one or two patterns you are holding. There is a beautiful story. One old lady was having one cow and selling the milk she was leaving. One day, she is a great devotee of Krishna. She invited Krishna to her house. Krishna went and blessed her. Best thing is going to happen for you. And he came away. Next day that cow died. At the same time, another incident happened. One greedy pandit came and put one tulsi leaf at the feet of Krishna and asked, I want wealth. Krishna also said, all right, whatever you asked will happen. That pandit got huge wealth and he became more egoistic and greedy. Narada sees both and asks Krishna, what is going on? There that poor old lady, you killed her cow also, only cow she had, and here for this fellow you gave so much wealth. I don't understand. Krishna says, that is why you are Narada, I am Krishna. With the devotee, she lost all her patterns except her attachment to the cow. Now it is time for me to liberate her from that one attachment. The moment she is free, she will be enlightened. With this guy, he is never going to get out of his greed and ego. So I gave him more wealth to be in that suffering for more and more births. So I treat my devotees like how Krishna treated that old lady. I look at the 1 or 2 engrams you have, never the growth you made. That is what I call uncompromised compassion. I tell you, even if people around you, society around you does not appreciate what you are doing, have passions, go on infusing spiritual truths in their life by your actions and uncompromised compassion. Constantly, untiringly, with tremendous inspiration and without any boredom, go on radiating this uncompromised compassion with the people whom you live. Appreciate the possibility of every person. Inspire, encourage continuously every individual towards his or her possibility. Go on inspiring every individual to be a high achiever. Inspire yourself constantly to be a high achiever without any goal. That is the beauty. The goal will be constantly expanded. Go on. Inspire yourself to be a high achiever. Inspire others to be high achiever.
The Sacred Secrets of Southeast Asia, revealed by a living incarnation. Travel to Southeast Asia with Paramahamsa Nithyananda between May 9th, 2012 to May 25th, 2012. Buried deep in the heart of Southeast Asia are the treasures of millennia-old spirituality that time could not destroy. In the powerful presence of the Master, these spaces come alive and reveal their sacred secrets. Paramahamsa Nithyananda launches you on an exciting journey of outer and inner discovery. Visit the world's largest Hindu and Buddhist temples built by the ancestors of Paramahamsa Nithyananda. Don't miss this opportunity to accompany him as he goes to Angkor Wat, Cambodia, Bali, Indonesia, Besakhi Temple, Bangkok, Thailand, Ulundanu, Tanalot Temple, Puraluhur Temple, Puratirtha Temple, Taman Ayun Temple, Malaysia, Batu Caves. Travel to Southeast Asia. Contact Rishi Nirantarananda 6012-224-2755 6014-6455-981. Email sri.nirantara@nithyananda.org.
Today's sutra in Bhagvadgita, 4th chapter, Jnanakarma Sannyasa Yoga, 24th verse.
ब्रह्माग्नौ ब्रह्मणाहुतं ब्रह्मैव तेन गन्तव्यं ब्रह्मकर्म समाधिना ब्रह्मार्पणं ब्रह्महविः ब्रह्माग्नौ ब्रह्मणाहुतं ब्रह्मैव तेन गन्तव्यं ब्रह्मकर्म समाधिना ब्रह्मार्पणं ब्रह्महविः ब्रह्माग्नौ ब्रह्मणाहुतं ब्रह्मैव तेन गन्तव्यं ब्रह्मकर्म समाधिना
Brahmarpanam Brahmavihi Brahmagnau Brahmanahutam Brahmaiva Dena Gantavyam Brahmakarma Samadhina Brahmarpanam Brahmavihi Brahmagnau Brahmanahutam Brahmaiva Dena Gantavyam Brahmakarma Samadhina. This verse is the largest number repeated verse in Bhagavad Gita all over the world. Because all Hindu monasteries, before eating, this is said as a prayer. In all Hindu traditions, This mantra, this verse is chanted as a prayer before eating or drinking any food or water. You would have seen sadhus and brahmins pouring little water in front of their food plate and drinking that water and eating. They chant only this mantra. Brahmarpanam brahmahavihi brahmagnau brahmanahutam brahmaiva dena gantavyam brahmakarma samadhina. Still I remember in Ramakrishna Mission I learned this habit of chanting this mantra before the food. When I read the meaning, I'll give you the translation. The offering, the offered butter to the Supreme in the fire of the Supreme is offered by the Supreme. Certainly the Supreme can be reached by him who is absorbed in completely in action. If I have to give you the rough meaning, the offering, offered, who offers, the action of offering, everything is supreme. It is cosmos which is doing. It's like a ocean having a wave in itself and raising in itself and finally falling in itself. The wave and the reason for the wave, the place from where it raises, place where it stays and place where it falls, everything is ocean. The sacred secret from this verse is, it's a cosmos which is offered, in which it is offered, who is offering and the action of offering. Everything is Brahman, cosmos. Once I understood that meaning and it clicked, every day before the food, when I chant this mantra, I used to have that experience. Nature happening here as the food is entering into the nature, becoming nature, moving the nature. It is just the whole. Cosmos only is coming as food. Cosmos only is putting it into the cosmos. The cosmos only is digesting. And cosmos only is using it to radiate again into cosmos. A simple, direct, sacred secret. Understand? You are breathing. The air is from cosmos and it goes inside. Automatically it functions and keeps the life inside and continues to relate with the cosmos. Same way food. The same way every action, even information, comes from cosmos, gets into your system, makes you work, relate with the cosmos. This verse can be a technique to put you into the enlightenment immediately. This sutra is an instant technique, instant enlightenment technique. See, there are methods for gradual enlightenment, there are methods for immediate experience, sudden enlightenment. The moment it clicks, yes, whether food or the air, anything which keeps me feeling, I exist, that source is from cosmos, going inside, and it is going through its own process inside itself and expressing itself. So whether the ingredient added, the experience ground, and the expression happening, all are cosmos. Please understand, ingredients added, experience of grinding, and the expression happening. Everything is cosmos. Then where am I in this picture? Who am I to claim ownership? Who am I to possess one part and claim ownership, responsibility? It is your claiming of ownership makes you tired, bored. If you claim ownership for certain action, you feel you have done it. The feeling you have done it makes you tired and feel, oh, I have done too much. Now it is time for me to lie down. What were you doing? Half an hour sitting. It is tiredness which claims ownership. It is ownership which is responsible for tiredness. Live with this one understanding. You will experience enlightenment suddenly because this sutra is a sudden enlightenment technique. Just if you understand, it can liberate you. You can become enlightened. I think more than me talking, you need to sit with this sutra. contemplating, meditating, thinking through. See all the resources for your life. What all the resources for your life? Food, water, air, light, thoughts, inspiration, emotion, excitement, love. Nothing is from you. Everything is from cosmos. It comes inside you. It functions as the cosmos wants. And it gives you the experience as cosmos wants. And it expresses as the cosmos wants. That's all. The ingredients are from cosmos. The experience of grinding is of cosmos. And the expression is of cosmos. Where are you claiming your ownership? Who are you to claim any ownership? There is nobody to claim even responsibility. Anybody who claims ownership or responsibility or trying to retain their I and mine looks fool. You are legally fool. Not just cosmically, even legally fool. Being cosmically a fool or socially a fool is tolerable, but you are legally a fool. At the most, if you feel you are a middleman, okay. It's like I say, wholesaler is giving the gold to you to sell it to the retail sale and give the money back to the wholesaler. In between, if you feel you are a middleman, at least legally you are forgivable. But suddenly you feel you are the owner who is between the chain. Suddenly the fellow feels he is the owner. Then you are a legally fool. You are not even between the chain. You try to hang on between the chain. And not only you try to hang on, you try to claim ownership also. Today, with this great sutra, which is used before eating or drinking anything in Vedanta tradition, I am going to initiate group of disciples into the hunger-free, thirst-free samyama. See, I am experimenting with the group first, then I will bring that science to all of you. See, today I am going to initiate one small group in the ashram, then I will initiate the whole ashramites team and 2012 group. Maybe after 3-4 days I will initiate the whole ashram and the 2012 group. Then I will open this process and technique to the whole, all the devotees and everybody. Because first I wanted to see, without any side effect, I know there won't be any side effect. I wanted to see how these bodies are responding for this programming. How it is happening, I'll open it to everybody. Now, all of you sit for a few minutes, just contemplating on this one verse. The source material, resource for me is cosmos. The resource is doing the experience of cosmos in me and expressing itself. Then who am I to claim responsibility or ownership? Where am I intervening? Middleman cannot claim ownership. You are only middleman at the most of your life. You can never be a owner. Close your eyes. Sit in a relaxed way. I initiate all of you with this mantra. From today, before eating, remember this mantra and this sacred secret. Resource is from cosmos. Experience is of cosmos. Expression belongs to cosmos. Then, who am I to claim responsibility or ownership for anything? Middleman cannot be owner.
Paramahamsa Nithyananda, a rare living incarnation, is named among the world's 100 most spiritually influential personalities today. Paramahamsa Nithyananda has been placed alongside Dalai Lama, Nelson Mandela, Oprah Winfrey, Paulo Coelho and others by Mind, Body, Spirit, the world's top esoteric magazine from Watkins, London's oldest and largest bookstore. A yogi by birth, he has been expressing his power of enlightenment since birth. He has authored more than 500 books in Tamil and English. Translations of these books are available in 26 languages in Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, Hindi, Sanskrit, Gujarati, Oriya, Bengali, Marathi, French, Malay, Polish, Portuguese, Italian, German, Danish, Spanish, Russian and Chinese. He is also an exemplary speaker with over 10,000 hours of profound life solutions through his discourses. Social services such as Annadan, free medical care, free educational services with ashrams, schools, temples, hospitals established in more than 140 places around the world, offering exceptional services. A powerful spiritual healer who has healed millions of people of diseases from migraine to cancer. A Kriya Yogi who has formulated Kriyas for physical health and mental well-being, benefiting thousands. A living master who offers practical solutions for our everyday problems. He is the founder and spiritual head of Nithyananda Dhanapeetham, a spiritual powerhouse who has revived the sacred Vedic tradition by establishing Vedic temples in places like Los Angeles, San Jose, Seattle, Toronto, Ohio, Oklahoma, Phoenix, St. Louis, Malaysia, Brazil, Paris, Guadeloupe, Dallas, New York, New Jersey, Atlanta, Calgary, Vancouver, Singapore, and places in India like Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Tiruvannamalai. A spiritual guru for 10 million followers, an incarnation who transmits the highest spiritual energy through initiation, a contemporary yogi who has revived the Vedic science of yoga worldwide through thousands of yoga centers, an adept in Ashtamahasiddhis, mystical yogic powers, who has effortlessly awakened the Kundalini of thousands and graced them with spiritual powers, a dynamic young guru who is an inspiration for thousands of youngsters. India's most watched spiritual guru online, a beacon of spiritual light who has triumphed over the forces of religious terrorism and political persecution. Paramahamsa Nithyananda is an eternal Kalpataru, blessing the world with the boons of material abundance and spiritual enlightenment.
स्वागतम् आनन्दानुभवास्वादं सर्वरोगनिवारकं वन्दे पापविनाशक्तं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम् नित्यमुक्तं निर्विकल्पं ध्यानलोकप्रदीपकं वन्दे शान्तमयं बन्धं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम् आनन्दगन्धसञ्चारं सर्वोपाधिविनिर्मुक्तं वन्दे ज्ञानालयं नाथं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम्.
Let you all achieve, experience, live, express, radiate, share and explode in eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Let's start our morning satsang. In Bhagvadgita, 4th chapter, Jnanakarma Sannyasa Yoga, 34th verse.
तत्विद्धि प्रणिपातेन परिप्रश्नेन सेवया उपदेक्ष्यन्ति ते ज्ञानं ज्ञानिनस्तत्त्वदर्शिनः.
Tatviddi pranipadena pariprashnena sevaya upadekshanti te jnanam jnaninaha tattvadarshinaha. The translation: understand these truths by humble submission, through enquiry or by resorting to the one who has perceived, experience the true and essential nature, and who will instruct you to that cognizance, who will transmit that experience to you. This verse is one of the popular verses of Bhagvadgita. Tatviddi pranipadena pariprasnena sevaya upadekshanti te jnanam jnanina tattvadarshinaha. It's a very powerful verse. Please understand the essence of enlightenment. Bhagavan says very beautifully, understand these truths by humble submission, through enquiry, or by resorting to the one who has perceived, experienced the true essential nature, and who will transmit that experience to you. The key word in this whole sutra is pranipadena pariprasnena sevaya. I tell you, with humbleness and the attitude to imbibe, if you move, every stone tree will teach you. Forget about enlightened master teaching you. That will surely happen. But if you carry these two attitude of humbleness and attitude of learning, receiving, imbibing. Yesterday I was talking to one of our brahmachari. Casually I was mentioning how this whole Madurai Adinam is going to be rebuilt. We are going to make the whole thing into 5 floor. The opposite property also is going to become a 5 floor property, 5 floor. That's the maximum allowed limit by corporation. So we are planning. I was telling some of the minute details presented in Meenakshi temple architecture and Kashi Vishwanath temple. Actually I wanted this place to be representing the whole India. So some of the minute details in Varanasi and Meenakshi temple, and there is a Sun temple in Konark, Orissa, which has a huge wheel with the 12 spokes. So I was talking about all these minute details, how this is going to be built. He was telling, how do you see all these details? Bless us also to get that. Please understand, so many people who live around me, whether they believe I am enlightened or incarnation or not, that is different. But all of them are baffled by my awareness and by my memory and the way I put things together. Seeing that everybody is shaken and baffled, that no doubt, it's non-controversial. Only my incarnation hood is controversial, but all the qualities of incarnation hood which I am expressing are non-controversial. It is non-controversial. It cannot be refuted. But I tell you really, keeping Shokkanatha and Meenakshi as a witness, I give you the secret of this quality. Understand, humbleness and attitude of imbibing. When I look at the temple, when I look at an architecture, when I look at information, even when I take up a new book to read, I completely submit myself with the attitude of imbibing. Understand? People who live around me would have observed, even if I get a new laptop or a machine, I'll hold it in my hand for a few seconds. With all humbleness I submit to imbibe you as part of me. Even newspaper or any book, People who living around me would have observed it. Anything I touch, first I surrender with humble submission, attitude of imbibing. Please understand, there are very few spiritual methods I myself practice. Still now, I practice. This is one of the method or attitude still I practice. I go on practicing. Since unclutching and all I don't practice. I can't do also, that is different, because even to unclutch you need mind. I don't have, I can't practice. And puja, I don't practice. But in this the Madurai Adinam tradition, I am supposed to do puja every day to the deity of Shiva and Meenakshi. So you should see how I do puja. It will be very funny. Morning I will sit with the deities and I will pour first the water and fall into samadhi. And then I will wake up and put the sandal and fall into samadhi. It will take at least 2 hours for me to complete the puja. I cannot practice puja, of course, because as a tradition I have to do, I am doing. That's different. I cannot practice unclutching. There are many methods and techniques. I cannot do ajapa japa. By the time I repeat the mantra second or third time, already in samadhi. But still I practice some things. That is humble submission. Understand? Then understand the importance of this process. Whether I am not talking about the humble submission, the attitude of imbibing you need to have in front of the Guru. No, that is secondary. I am not even talking about that. Have that attitude with everything. When you look at a building, have that attitude of imbibing. You will imbibe whatever you need to from that. You will be enriched. When you need, that file will come up, a book. Start with that attitude of imbibing. Whatever is your essence, let it be imbibed in me. Let it become part of me. That is why any knowledge, I am not talking out of ego, any knowledge, it can be any complicated, whether it is legal or auditing or HTML code, any knowledge, I can be 100% sure I can imbibe, because I know how to imbibe. Go with the attitude of imbibing. Tadvidhi pranipadena pariprashnena sevaya. Go with the attitude of humble submission. With anything. If you are going to a new culture, if you are going to a new place, if you are going to a new person, if you are going to a new book, if you are going to a new field, with anything, do not have prejudice. Something, these fellows are wrong, these fellows are right, this book is not right, this thought trend is not right, this philosophy is crime, this philosophy is right. Don't go with that prejudice. Go with that mood of submission, imbibing. I tell you, if you have this attitude of imbibing, even the terrorist philosophy, you will learn something right and good. But with the attitude of arrogance, even if it is the philosophy of enlightenment, you will make it arrogant and egocentric. I have seen people becoming egocentric, reading great Advaitic literatures, and people becoming enlightened, the worst terrorist books. George Gurdjieff is a flower out of the communist thorns. He was not given any enlightenment philosophy or Advaitic teachings. It's all the communist inputs. But with the attitude of imbibing, even from communism, he flowered as an enlightened being. I can give you 1000 examples, even from Advaitic literature, the egoistic fellows flowering. I tell you, attitude of imbibing. If you see, even now, if I get a new book in my hand, or a newspaper in my hand, or a magazine, anything before reading, you will see me stuck, pause for a few seconds. Only then I will start. Means there are something which I practice even now. Of course, some things I practice, that muddy means that cleanliness, that hygiene. That is not spiritual practice. That is more like I have decided to maintain my hygiene, and for that I am practicing. Those things are different. But there are some spiritual practice I do. In that, this attitude of imbibing is one. Understand? It may be completely negative information book or something wrong, but even to that, I go with the attitude of imbibing. When you go with the attitude of imbibing, anything gives you enlightenment. Try to imbibe, try to have this. Try this as a process. It will be very funny in the beginning. Sit in the house, take half an hour, and decide mentally to pay your respect to every object which is in front of your eyes. Maybe the carpet, or the photograph, or the wall, or the chair, anything which is around you. Please understand, you can learn the habit of imbibing and submission only with the objects which are around you first. If you cannot respect, if you cannot humbly submit yourself in front of the chair which is in your house, or the shoes which are in your house, or the wall which are holding your roof, you cannot submit yourself to God. If you imagine God and imagine your submission, it will only be ego playing with ego, that's all. First try with something objective in front of you. Don't expect you should be humble only in front of divine objects. What is divinity? When you add humbleness, it becomes divine, that's all. So if you add humbleness, everything will become divine. Add humbleness to your life. Let the life itself become divine. Attitude of imbibing. Attitude of receiving. Even now, I go on practicing it. There are some practices which is supposed to be done even beyond enlightenment. There are some you can't do beyond enlightenment. Unclutching, ajapa, all these you can't do beyond enlightenment. There won't be, it is not possible, because the frequency is so different, you won't be able to do. But this attitude of imbibing, actually attitude of imbibing is radiating enlightenment. Unclutching, ajapa, all is living enlightenment. Once you become enlightened, over. But enlightenment constantly exploding happens only with the attitude of imbibing. Only with the attitude of imbibing, enlightenment goes on happening in you. Whether I sit in front of TV, I may be watching only the news. Even then you will see for a moment, I'll remind myself to the attitude of humble submission and imbibing. I tell you, by humble submission and imbibing, you will never be a fool, you will never be cheated. You will only imbibe exactly what is required. You will never be cheated. The attitude of imbibing. If you go with that attitude, every stone will become God. Every person will become God. Every object will become God. Everything will become divine. I tell you, one of the important ingredient in my life for my joy is attitude of imbibing with everything. With everything, I tell you. When you are in the attitude of imbibing, anything merges in you. But when you are with the attitude of arrogance, you are broken and made to merge with others. I tell you the secret. The life, if you are with the attitude of imbibing, merges into you and enriches you. If not, it breaks you and swallows you. The same teeth of the cat is death for the rat and holding jaw for kitten. The same teeth does not hurt the kitten, but it kills the rat because the instruction given from behind. Life as the teeth, with the imbibing mood, it will be protecting you. With the attitude of arrogance, it will be killing you. Please understand. With the attitude of imbibing, see how beautifully this whole Madhurayadhyam responsibility I have imbibed, and it has only enriched me. All these fights have not taken away 1 inch of my confidence. My confidence only has grown. This fight, this struggle, nothing, it has not touched me at all. Not even one moment I felt, why did I come and take this responsibility? No. Anybody else would have felt, what am I lacking? Dhyana Pidam has everything. Why do I need to come and sit here? Actually, the real fight is, they know I represent the national religion. That is where the fight is. Understand? It is so unfortunate, one segment of Tamilians, especially deep south, does not want to mix with the mainstream India. It is that struggle. They know I represent the mainstream India's religion, about which they are afraid. These fools are talking, I don't know, Shaivism. And not only that, they know I represent a huge possibility and new updation. I also wanted to announce that 4 places, the hospitals are starting, the places, everything has been finalized, and furnitures are getting bought. Furnitures and machineries are landing. We are expecting by June 5th, we will announce the inauguration of all 4 hospitals. 20-bedded hospitals. 4 20-bedded charitable hospitals. Each hospital is 20-bedded, 2 doctors and 4 nurses. All the basic facilities and the life-saving medical care will be available within this June 5th. And they know the speed with which we will work. And I represent the collective sentiments of all the Hindus. There is a very famous Vishnu temple, Alagar temple, Kallalagar temple. That deity only gathers largest gathering of South India. Please understand, largest gathering in South India is 1 crore people gathering for the Kallalagar appearing in Vaigai temple, Vaigai river. That's the largest gathering of human beings in South India. In North India is Kumbh Mela. This is almost like South Indian Kumbh Mela. After the coronation, I went to the temple to offer my respect. Usually I go there to Kallalagar temple, but after the coronation I went there to offer my respects and devotion, prayers. The temple authorities have told me, Swamiji, you are the first Shaiva Mutt head entered our premises. Can you imagine? No, please understand. No, I am not happy about it. I am not happy about this information. Can you imagine? He says, I am here as the in charge for last 50 years. He's an elderly person. 50 years, the chief priest. He says, neither my father ever told me, nor I have ever seen a single Shaivite Mutt head entering this campus. Do you understand the subsect divisions with which we are suffering? And it is not somewhere far. And it is not the unpopular temple. Actually, I told Tirumala Devasthanam, Tirupati temple authorities that I am coming. They said, we will receive you with all the respects. You are the first Shaivite Mutt head who wants to come here. I am actually going after the Guru Puja, June 5th. Actually, 292, Guru Mahasanidhanam is very open person. He is not the fanatic type. I asked Swamiji, the Alagar temple, they said that I am the first Shaivite Mutt entered the temple. Even you never visited Swamiji. He said, my predecessor told me not to go, so I did not go. Then I went Swamiji. He said, that is nothing wrong. You please go ahead. Nothing wrong. I won't say you should not go and all. It is perfect. Go and come. But because my predecessor told me I don't want to break his word, so I am not going. See, that is his Guru Bhakti. That's different. But what I am saying, how can? I could not imagine how we are suffering with the subsect problems. Only these type of that subsect fanatics are opposing me. Nobody else. And actually they have given a press meet saying why I should not be in this Pita. They have given 3 reasons. He worships Vishnu also. He talks on Bhagvadgita. Really? These are all the reasons they have given. I said, oh God, where are we heading? I know for sure. Now by going to Tirumala temple, I am going to create a big controversy. If I enter a church or mosque, there won't be a problem. But if I enter a Tirumala temple, there will be a problem. Can you imagine? But I am going to go. I also said, in all our temples, Vishnu will be there. In all our temples, Rama and Krishna will be there. In all our temples, Bhagavad Gita will be chanted. So it is time we unite and represent the national sentiments. Jnana Sambandar himself, who is the founder of this mutt, has travelled length and breadth of the country, went up to Kedarnath, sang about the Kailash, Manasarovar. They all know. I will do 2 things. One, I will make the whole, this Madurai Adinam, into a living, spiritual, national organization. Of course, international, that's different. See, geographically we will be having centers internationally. Philosophically, I will represent the whole national sentiments. Why they are opposing me? How I should break the whole thing? And in the Vedic tradition, there is an important thing. Whenever an enemy comes with a vyuha, plot strategy, whenever an enemy comes with a plot strategy, first thing you are supposed to do is a humble submission, and with the imbibing mood you are supposed to approach. With the worshipful mood, prayerful mood, you are supposed to approach the enemy's plot strategy. When you go with that mood, the plot strategy itself gives you the method, the technique, ability to break itself. Our Swamiji 292 is very broad-minded person. During the Hindu-Christian riot in Kanyakumari, he went and stayed there for 4 months and sorted out the problems. He has done so many wonderful things. But even he has not stepped into one Vishnu temple. Can you imagine? You see, if he is also a close-minded or the old orthodox fanatic person, then we can say, okay. He is not that type. He is a very open person, broad-minded person, highly educated, and worked lot for the Vedic tradition, and he's raised his voice many times supporting the Hindu causes. Just actually 3 days before, the Ramdev Baba's trust was taxed, declared as a commercial trust. So for that, I gave a statement opposing that move and supporting Ramdev Baba. The moment Swamiji heard, he said, hey, add my name also. The moment he said, he heard, he immediately said, add my name also. Why you did not add my name? I said, Swamiji, I did not know that whether you will be willing to support this. He said, no. In future, any statement you give, add my name also. Very open person, very progressive person. But even he could not step in to the Vaishnava temple. I was really surprised. Then understand some of the dirt with which Hinduism is suffering. Please understand. Now I am not criticizing them. I am self-criticizing. I am not criticizing those opposing groups now. Now it is not the time to criticize. Now it is time to feel as one body suffering. But I assure everybody, I will continue to represent national sentiments and create international organization. I tell you, even in front of enemy's plot strategy, vyuha, in the Vedic tradition, in Mahabharata, there are so many different plot strategies are explained. Bhatma vyuha, Chakra vyuha, Chandra vyuha, Agni vyuha, so many plot strategies are explained. Even in front of your enemy's plot strategy, go with the attitude of imbibing. It will save your life. It will make you experience the truth. It will give you the highest possibility. Tatviddi pranibadena pariprasnena sevaya upatekshandi te jnanam jnaninaha tattvadarshinaha. Please understand. I am not now talking about going to a master with a humble submission and attitude of imbibing. To go to an enlightened being, these two are basic quality for you. Without that, if you go, nothing will, you will learn. That is different. I am not even talking about that. That is only secondary. I am talking about bringing these two qualities in your life every moment. With every action, every second. Imbibe this attitude of submission and attitude of imbibing.
Paramahamsa Nithyananda, a rare living incarnation, is named among the world's 100 most spiritually influential personalities today. Paramahamsa Nithyananda has been placed alongside Dalai Lama, Nelson Mandela, Oprah Winfrey, Paulo Coelho and others by Mind, Body, Spirit, the world's top esoteric magazine from Watkins, London's oldest and largest bookstore. A yogi by birth, he has been expressing his power of enlightenment since birth. He has authored more than 500 books in Tamil and English. Translations of these books are available in 26 languages in Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, Hindi, Sanskrit, Gujarati, Oriya, Bengali, Marathi, French, Malay, Polish, Portuguese, Italian, German, Danish, Spanish, Russian and Chinese. He is also an exemplary speaker with over 10,000 hours of profound life solutions through his discourses. Social services such as Annadan, free medical care, free educational services with ashrams, schools, temples, hospitals established in more than 140 places around the world, offering exceptional services. A powerful spiritual healer who has healed millions of people of diseases from migraine to cancer. A Kriya Yogi who has formulated Kriyas for physical health and mental well-being, benefiting thousands. A living master who offers practical solutions for our everyday problems. He is the founder and spiritual head of Nithyananda Dhanapeetham, a spiritual powerhouse who has revived the sacred Vedic tradition by establishing Vedic temples in places like Los Angeles, San Jose, Seattle, Toronto, Ohio, Oklahoma, Phoenix, St. Louis, Malaysia, Brazil, Paris, Guadeloupe, Dallas, New York, New Jersey, Atlanta, Calgary, Vancouver, Singapore, and places in India like Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Tiruvannamalai. A spiritual guru for 10 million followers, an incarnation who transmits the highest spiritual energy through initiation, a contemporary yogi who has revived the Vedic science of yoga worldwide through thousands of yoga centers, an adept in Ashtamahasiddhis, mystical yogic powers, who has effortlessly awakened the Kundalini of thousands and graced them with spiritual powers, a dynamic young guru who is an inspiration for thousands of youngsters, India's most watched spiritual guru online, a beacon of spiritual light who has triumphed over the forces of religious terrorism and political persecution. Paramahamsa Nithyananda is an eternal Kalpataru, blessing the world with the boons of material abundance and spiritual enlightenment.
आनन्दानुभवास्वादं सर्वरोगनिवारकं वन्दे पापविनाशक्तं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतं नित्यमुक्तं निर्विकल्पं ध्यानलोकप्रदीपकं वन्दे शान्तमयं बन्धं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम् आनन्दगन्धसञ्चारं सर्वोपाधिविनिर्मुक्तं वन्दे ज्ञानालयं नाथं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम्.
Let you all achieve, experience, live, express, radiate, share and explode in eternal bliss. Nithyananda.
Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda Nagar off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bangalore 562109. Contact 09742203311. www.nithyananda.org. www.youtube.com/lifeblissfoundation.
Today we are entering into the Nirahara Samyama, second phase, fourth day. Last 4 days, hundreds of devotees and disciples around the world are without food but with energy, living. So I have decided from today, next 3 days, I am also going to be in Nirahara to support all you guys. Last 3 days, to give you guys inspiration. Of course, I lived more than 9 years practically Nirahara. Maybe once a week I used to eat. Because once a week only I will be able to go to the nearest village. See, the nearest village, I will have to walk and get the roti and dal and come back. Used to eat once a week. But if I am traveling in the trains and all, I used to get bhiksha. I lived quite a lot of time. One nice thing with my body, it never asked me food or water or anything. I tell you, it's very difficult to bow down to your own body because all of you have so much of hatred to your body. You feel your body is such a big bondage, headache, torturing you. But whenever I go to our devotee's house, or you can see very clearly our centers, there will be my photograph also. Without any reservation, I will put flowers and show aarti, show camphor, worship my own photograph and my own deity. You may think, what do I think when I do puja to my own deity or my own photograph? I tell you, I have tremendous gratitude to this body for never demanding anything from me, never asking anything from me, giving me such a liberated, comfortable life. So I pay my gratitude to that body, to this body at those moments. When I do puja to my own photograph, when I show the camphor, when I put flower, I remember, oh God, you have given me such a liberated life. Never asked me food, never asked me water. Forget about any other desire. Even the basic patterns, you never asked me. Never asked for basic comforts. It's pleasure to live in such a beautiful body. Even when there was a fracture, no pain. It's not that I was trying to act as if I have no pain. I don't need to also. Really, there was no pain, and it gave me so much of confidence. Wow, now I don't need to bother about any pain, because the fracture pain is equivalent to death pain. Even if that is not causing any pain, I know for sure my death will not have any pain. Of course, theoretically I know much earlier because of my enlightenment experience. Now this one fracture has given a practical experience. So from today, I am also going to support you guys with Nirahara. Maybe I will take little water and juice, but not any solid food, to support you guys, to give me moral support, There are so many questions related to Nirahara Samyama. I'll answer all those questions. First, let's enter into today's satsang. In 5th chapter of Bhagavad-gita, Sannyasa Yoga, 12th verse.
युक्तकर्मफलं त्यक्त्वा शान्तिमाप्नोति नैष्टिकीम् अयुक्तकामकारेण फले सक्तो निबध्यते
Yukta karma phalam tyaktva shantimapnoti naishtikim ayukta kamakarena pale sakto nibatyate. The translation is, one who has had the spiritual experience, having given up the reward for the performance, gains the highest tranquility. But the one who has not had the experience, acting on his own free will, clinging to the reward, becomes bound. I have to tell you this. Yesterday night, I was reading this verse. Usually I read Bhagavad-gita once in a while when I find time. Yesterday night I read this verse. That word, Shantimapnoti naishtikim, very beautiful word. Highest tranquility is achieved. The moment I read that word, I was working with myself. I looked inside. What was the reason for me having highest tranquility? I could see very clearly. The one and only reason I was having highest tranquility was there was no clinging to the reward for the performance. Otherwise, I would have become mad long before. Please understand. Only one quality which is responsible for my peace and joy, still my ability to continue my activities and life, is the tranquility. Why the tranquility? Is just because there is no reward for my performance. I am not bound. I am not clinging to the reward for my performance. Yesterday, one media, very low level, third rate, the yellow journalist type of media, they came and videographed our Annadana hall. They never showed 2,000 people eating, but they show the garbage in one corner. Because their mind is like a dirty garbage, the garbage attracts only garbage. And not only that, one of our brahmacharini was talking to some organizer. So some dust fell on her eyes and she was wiping the eyes to clean the dust. Immediately they are showing this visual and saying, all the girls, ladies who are in the Adinam are crying to people who are coming. They are crying to the visitors. And that brahmacharini is taking class to all the devotees, all the people who are coming here. See what all ways they misrepresent. But I don't feel I need any reward for the performance. I laugh at these fellows. I only see the dirt, the garbage which they carry in their brain. in the name of mind. I tell you, reward, clinging for reward takes away your life from yourself. It is like you handing over your decision-making authority to others. Does anyone want to hand over their freedom to others? No. But the moment you have the clinging for reward, very subtly you hand over your reins to others. You say, you drive me, as you want I will run. Clinging for rewards. Please understand. Clinging for rewards is nothing but handing over your freedom to others. Psychologically becoming slave of others. Your thought flow, current flow, trend flow destroys your very core, your very source. Whoever you expect should reward you, they drive you. Man who pays the piper decides the tune. Same way, man from whom you expect reward, people from whom you expect reward, they decide the tune in which you are going to dance, the tune in which you are going to work, the tune in which you are going to perform your actions. The one who has had the spiritual experience, having given up the reward for the performance, gains the highest tranquility. But the one who has not had the experience, acting on his own free will, clinging to the reward, becomes bound. Becoming bound, becoming entangled. That's the greatest suffering any human beings carry. Please understand. One who has had the spiritual experience, having given up the reward for the performance, gains the highest tranquility. Decide not to get rewarded by anybody who is expecting reward in their life. Just take a simple decision. I will not beg from beggars. I will not expect any reward from the fellows who are also expecting reward from others. Decide. If I have to be rewarded, I will be rewarded only from a person who does not need any reward from anybody. If I have to receive, I will receive from the king. I will not beg from beggars. It is like a stealing from begging bowl. How much you will steal? 3 paise and 1.5 annas. I know some of my classmates used to steal from the blind beggars in the temple. I used to hate stealing from the beginning. I can't tolerate stealing. Even recently, in my Salem ashram, we have a huge mango grove. We have leased all the mango trees to somebody. When I went, see, mango and groundnut, the moment you see, you will feel like eating. Whoever you may be, mango and groundnut, the moment you see, you will feel like eating. So my brahmacharis, my sena, the moment they saw the mango, Swamiji, we can. I said, no, we have already leased these trees. They said, who will ask you, Swamiji? It is our property. I said, no, we have leased, If you pluck the mango from the tree without asking the person who has taken the lease, it is stealing. Then they convinced me, Swamiji, inside your quarters there is 2 trees. That tree we have not leased. That is our own tree. We have not leased those trees. I said, all right, then you can get it from that trees. Somehow from the beginning, I can't stand stealing. That statement from Isavasya Upanishad, Tena tyaktena vunjita va, there's a beautiful word, Ishavashyamidagam sarvam yatkincha jagatyan jagat, Tena tyaktena vunjita va kritam, means whatever exists is divine. Enjoy everything by sacrificing your individual possessions and identity. Do not steal anything from the cosmos. It's a very beautiful statement. It got embedded into my system. From the beginning, I can't tolerate stealing. I tell you, if you are expecting a reward from ordinary people who are also in turn expecting rewards from others, you are begging from a beggar. You are begging from a beggar. I tell you, don't do that mistake. Do not do that mistake of begging from a beggar. No. Decide. Reward for performance restricts you. Reward for performance restricts you. Beautifully Bhagavan says, Nibadhyade, becomes bound. Live by giving up the reward for performance, by the non-attachment to any reward for your performance. The essence, sacred secret from this verse, as long as you have the attachment to the reward for performance, your life is going to be in hell. Your life is going to be in suffering. When you give up the reward for performance, when the tranquility happens in you, you achieve the highest tranquility. The last attachment human beings suffer with is the reward, clinging to the reward. That's the last attachment with which human beings suffer. I tell you, give up the reward for the performance. You will be into the highest tranquility. You will be into the highest peace. This time when they kept me in prison illegally, Of course, last time also they arrested illegally only. This time when they kept me in the prison illegally, few of the prisoners came and spoke to me. They said, Swamiji, not only prison, the suffering, psychological suffering, we don't know how to get out of it. I said, understand, basic thing. Anyhow, by putting you in the prison, they are trying to steal your few years of your life. Now, do one thing, in these few years, decide not to suffer and build the body through yoga and proper thinking. Expand your longevity by 20 years over. You have compensated for what they are doing to you. They said, this looks a nice calculation, nice logic. I tell you, 7 years you guys have nothing else to do here. So, all you need to do yoga, heavy yoga, morning and evening. Prepare your body, prepare your mind, live a happy life, live a blissful life. So naturally your longevity will be expanded. Finally, in the end calculation, you win the game. Actually, they were shocked by the new perspective I gave, and they said, yes. I told, anything happens to you, don't give up your tranquility. Don't give up your peace. Anything can be renounced for peace. Peace should not be renounced for anything. Yukta karma balam tyaktva shantimapnoti naishtigim ayukta kamagarena balas sakto nibatyate. One who has had the spiritual experience, having given up the reward for the performance, gains the highest tranquility. But the one who has not had the experience, acting on his own free will, clinging to the reward, becomes bound. I tell you, from anybody who expect the reward for performance, you are bound to them. They start driving you. I tell you, all the fellows who try to drive others are crazy, so they will drive you crazy. Any driving is driving crazy. The highest liberation is neither driving nor getting driven. I tell you, I live in that way only. I don't drive anybody, so I don't want to be driven by anybody. I am very clear. When people come and ask me, I tell, all right, I'll support you to run, but I can't drive you. Yukta karma balandyaktva shantimapnoti naishtikim ayukta kamagarena vale sakto nivatyate. When I read this sutra yesterday, I felt reading Bhagavad-Gita every day should be made as a compulsory for all human beings. Every night before falling asleep, you should read at least few pages of Bhagavad-Gita. I tell you, you will bless yourself, you will feel happy for yourself if you can read Bhagavad-Gita every day, at least few pages. I learned this habit of reading few pages of sacred scriptures before falling asleep from my grandfather. He used to go to bed around night 12 o'clock. But even at that time, he will sit and chant Jnana Sambandar's Devaram. He can't read English, so he will read only Tamil books. 1 hour he will chant, and nobody in the room can sleep. He used to sleep in the hall. I am very close to him. He is my favorite. I am his pet because I have been given his name. My pre-monastic name is his name. So I will sleep next to him only. Nobody can sleep in the hall. He had a beautiful voice. He will chant the Tirunjana Sambandar and Manikavasagara Devarams and Tiruvasagams, the sacred secrets, the sacred sentiment verses. And after some years, before his passing away, last few years he lost his eyesight, so he can't read. He has trained 2 of his sons to chant these verses for him. And one nice thing, even my uncles, they went and learned properly to recite these verses for him, and every night they will sit and recite at least 1 hour for him. The little bit of Tamil knowledge I have, the knowledge I have on Devaram, Tiruvasagam, all that I gain from him only, from every night chanting. But I picked up this habit of reading at least some sacred scriptures before going to bed from him. I tell you, read some sacred sentiments or sacred secrets, the spiritual scriptures, something before going to bed. It enriches the quality of consciousness in which you sleep and in which you function and in which you act and in which you flow, which you carry your whole day. The essence, give up the clinging for the reward. I tell you, you may think, oh, I know all these ideas, what is there? No. Your brain needs to be reminded every time, again and again and again. Because forgetfulness is the basic quality of your mind. Reminding yourself again and again with the sacred secrets is the highest spiritual practice. So give up the attachment to the reward, give up the clinging for the reward, radiate tranquility, highest tranquility.
जीवन मुक्तिप्रदं देवं
Paramahams